This individual 45 minutes before shots were fired and failed to act. It also said officials didn't address line-of-sight vulnerabilities at that venue in Butler, Pennsylvania. 20-year-old gunman Thomas Crooks fired 8 shots, one grazing Trump's ear before he was killed by a sniper, and one attendee at the rally was also killed in that shooting.
Meantime, we got some news just out from Kenvue, the consumer health product company that was spun off from J&J with brands like Tylenol and Band-Aid, also Neutrogena. The company's CEO stepping down from his role and from the board as well. And Kenvue is now going to review strategic alternatives, it's saying, to unlock shareholder value. Let's show you the stock. It's down just marginally. Sometimes when people say looking at strategic options or reviewing things like this, it means selling the company. It potentially means spinning off certain assets or selling some assets. So we're going to see whether this company gets carved up now. The stock has actually turned around on the back of this news, in part, I imagine, because you're going to start to think about, is there some kind of sale premium on top of this business?
All right, when we come back, American Federation of Teachers President Randy Weingarten will join us on a new partnership that aims to train teachers in AI skills. We'll talk about the potential benefits and the pitfalls right after a break.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
It's got another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
Just hand me some commas and zeros.
Plus 7.
What?
Well, that's sweet. 25,000 more. Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Squawk. Microsoft, OpenAI, and Anthropic, they're all teaming up with the American Federation of Teachers to offer free AI training to AFT members. The $23 million initiative is going to focus on AI tools for K-12 educators. Joining us right now is Randy Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers. Good morning to you. AI, of course.
Good morning.
All sorts of controversy about how teachers should use it, how students should use it. Tell us about at least how this program is going to be implemented.
Right. So thank you for having me on. And, you know, I'm a big skeptic, and I think you need to be a big skeptic to engage in this work. The problem is that nobody in government is really helping teachers, or frankly, any other public employees, in trying to figure out how to use these tools, use them wisely, safely, and ethically. And at the same time, um, as you know, Andrew, um, uh, the big bill almost had a provision that preempted states from having any regulation whatsoever about tools or about AI. So, over the course of the last couple of years, we have taken it in our own hands. We've worked with Microsoft and OpenAI. Anthropic is a new partner. And we've said, let's figure out how to have a voice in all of this. And the teachers and paraprofessionals really want it. There's questions, there's concerns, you know, the question of, is it the GPS system or is it a driverless car? But we thought it was really important to actually offer training in a real way to virtually all of our members who want it. And we thought it was really important to do it place-based. We have done it once a summer with Microsoft and OpenAI the last 2 summers, but there is a real need. Nobody's filling it. So we thought, let's work.
Tell us, though, the position of the union on AI in terms of the following. There are some teachers I know that are afraid, maybe appropriately, maybe not, about how AI could effectively one day take their jobs. There's other people who are super excited about it and say, look, there's an opportunity here for every single student to have the equivalent of individualized tutoring, if you will, in a remarkable way. So, for example, do you believe that students should be able to, and teachers should allow, and the whole thing should work where you could record an entire class, if you will, create your own notes out of those classes? Some people think that's a great idea because it could help the student. I know teachers who think that's going to do me out of a job.
So, number one, there are lots of things I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of AI doing teachers, K through 12 teachers, out of jobs. We've already had these kind of situations where people have tried to replace the human being. I am concerned about issues like safety and privacy and making sure that we regulate deep fakes and also making sure that we deal with intellectual property. But what teachers are clamoring for, Andrew, is the tools so that they use AI wisely, safely, and ethically. And in the absence of other people doing that, we thought that the way in which you deal with these fears is you actually have real training and you do it with the developers who have developed some of the products. Now, this is not everyone in this is not everybody in tech. We chose the people that we worked with, and frankly, we've been working with Microsoft as part of an AFL-CIO partnership for the last 3 years. So what teachers actually want is they want to be able to reduce paperwork. What teachers actually want is they want the creativity that AI can help with in terms of developing games. They want it for helping to develop lessons. But you know, I've been through, as I'm sure you have over the last 20 or so years, with technology attempting to replace intellectual capital and in teaching and learning. And we have to actually fight that. You need a human being in teaching. But the bottom line is, if you don't have the training, you don't know the questions to ask.
Well, so the interesting dynamic, though, that I just wonder about is, you know, teachers.
Sorry. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you've in your show a couple of years ago, I came on with the first version of this guardrail that we've done, and we're trying to get governments to actually adhere to these kind of guardrails and do that kind of stuff. So we come to it as skeptical, but hopeful.
The question I would ask is, teachers, as far as I can tell, often feel overwhelmed. They do. And they've got a lot of work to do both in the classroom and then outside of the classroom. And whether it's, grading homework or talking to parents or all of the things. And this could be very, very helpful in terms of cutting down on some of that time. The question, therefore, then becomes, though, when some principal or somebody else at a school says, well, look, you have now a lot more time than you had before. You used to have 5 classes. I want you to double up, or I want you to load you up with 6 classes a day, or whatever it is, and how you would treat that, Randy.
So, Andrew, having the difference between having some more time, say maybe it's half an hour a day, I've seen some studies of the potential for that, versus so that you can actually deepen your knowledge, you can actually have ongoing conversations with kids, you can have project-based instruction, you can do those kind of things. That's a good thing. To try to make teachers into an assembly line, that's a bad thing. And so ultimately, this is about trying to both enrich, do things, have the positives of AI, but also guard against the negatives.
Okay. Hey, Randy, 2 other things real quick. I saw just a headline, I guess from last month, that I didn't know, that you quit the DNC. And I wanted to ask about why that was, and also wanted to ask you, I know that Zohran Mamdani is trying to get some teacher unions to support him, and was curious where you landed on that.
So the UFT and PSC, our locals in New York City, have endorsed Mamdani for mayor. The higher ed local did it a while ago. The K-12 local UFT just did it, and they spent a lot of time talking to him and talking about the education issues. I spent a lot of time, Andrew, talking about all of this in an interview in the New York Review of Books. And I think that the issue is that what Mamdani did in terms of young people in New York, and we spend a lot of time with young people, is that he captured their imagination. He's a populist, just like Donald Trump's a populist, or, Donald Trump pretends he's a populist. But Mamdani does it with aspiration and focuses on the problems that people want solved. And it really riveted people in New York City. In terms of the DNC, I would actually say the same thing, which is that we need to engage with people in a real way. I don't know what your position is on the tax cuts, on some of the tax cuts in this bill, but I would just say that if there's going to be a tax cut, there should be a working class tax cut. There should be a tax cut, not just a temporary tax cut on tips and overtime. What there really should be is making sure that working people can have the opportunity that this country should be about. And so this, what I've said, and Reece Saunders also elected not to serve on the DNC again, is that we need to enlarge the tent, and we need to do this work 24/7, not just policy. I'm a good Democrat. I plan to stay as a Democrat, but we need to engage with people in a real way. Sometimes that takes risks, like what we're doing with this AI Institute, but we have to do things differently.
Randy, it is a much larger conversation, and frankly, I'd love to actually have you back so we can actually get into all of these issues. We don't have the time to do it right now, but we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. You bet. It's past 7 a.m. right now on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. We got a lot going on this morning. Among today's top stories, there's this. President Trump planning now to impose a 30% tariff on the European Union and Mexico. The deadline, August 1st. Officials from both the EU and Mexico say they're going to continue negotiations. Meantime, President Trump now criticizing Fed Chair Jay Powell yet again. He told reporters it would be a, quote, great thing if Powell stepped down. Meanwhile, the Fed has a new, quote, frequently asked questions page on its website with some information about that $2.5 billion renovation project that's drawn a lot of criticism from the Trump administration. The page directly responding to some of those critiques, including, quote, No new VIP dining rooms are being constructed as part of the project, responding to some of the claims. Meantime, check out shares of Kraft Heinz. The Wall Street Journal reporting Friday the company planning to break itself up by spinning off a chunk of its grocery business into a new entity that could be valued at up to $20 billion. And that's a transaction maybe much needed after we could show you a longer chart. It's been a bit of a mess since that deal was put together many, many years ago.
That is longer term. That's not that you don't need to show much more of a mess than that. Checking the futures this morning before we get to Dom Chu with some individual names. It's about where they've been. Nothing too significant, but it does come after some losses on Friday. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
All right. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Becky. And good morning, Andrew. We're going to start off on the cryptocurrency side of things with Bitcoin setting a new all-time high mark of north of $123,000 earlier this morning. It currently stands at 121,804. We're kind of below that level, but Bitcoin is now more than 12% higher over the last week or so. Now, that move all comes ahead of Crypto Week in Congress as the House begins deliberation on crypto legislation, including the highly anticipated Genius Act. That move is also sending Bitcoin-related stocks higher. If you look at Bitcoin Proxy Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy, you got Robinhood, Coinbase, Mara Holdings, all moving higher this morning on the heels of that new record high in Bitcoin prices. Meanwhile, take a look at shares of Boeing, which are higher after a crash report that was reported last Friday on the Air India tragedy last month did not find that Boeing was actually at fault. Now, analysts at Bernstein subsequently increased their price target on the shares to $282 from $249. They're citing the report's findings, but also they're bullish on the 737 and 787 production increases. Bernstein's new price target is among the highest on the street, according to data from FactSet. So Boeing shares Dow component up north of 1%. And then CrowdStrike is among the largest S&P 500 laggards this morning after Morgan Stanley downgraded that stock to an equal weight from a prior overweight. They're citing the stock's higher valuation following the recent run-up that we've seen in those shares and how expensive the shares are relative to the rest of the sector and high investor expectations ahead of its second quarter earnings report in August. CrowdStrike shares are around 26% higher on the year. So keep an eye on CrowdStrike. Now, for more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers, as always, get all the access to the stories and context behind those big upgrades and downgrades. Joe, I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, thanks, Tom. Boeing can get through 230. Got to go all the way back to 2024 to be anywhere to January of 2024. But gets through there, that would be a new high, new 52-week high, and maybe on its way. It's like the last thing that company needed, but well, last thing anyone needed, obviously. But,
right.
All right, thanks, Tom.
You got it.
Order filled.
Order
We'll
filled.
check as markets react to the latest tariff threats. Also, get ready for a parade of earnings reports that we'll be getting all week long. We're really kicking things off with the banks, but you see a lot of other names there as well, including PepsiCo, 3M, Netflix. Yeah, lots to come this week. And later, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett will join us on the future of the Fed, Chairman Powell's job and trade negotiations. That's all coming up in an hour's time at 8:10 a.m. Eastern. Squawk Box will be right back.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
When you're at the starting line for your next event, 4imprint has the right promotional gear, bottles, bags, hats, and tees delivered on time to energize your customers and your team. Race now to 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
I never thought this would happen.
Order filled.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Order submitted.
All right, let me tell you about ambition.
Order
To me,
filled.
Too much
Order filled.
is not enough. You have only one life. So go all out. The only way you're going to accomplish all the big goals is if you have a vision. Find out what you want to do, set the goal really high, and go all out. And then you create another vision, and another vision, another vision. So that's being ambitious, be useful. That's what my father always said. Don't just waste this life away. Be useful, help other people. This is what it's all about.
Today, let's paint with Behr, the most trusted paint brand. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
Well, usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did all the research. Behr has #1 rated products.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Behr.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Behr Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great value at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's take a closer look at the markets. Join us now, Sylvia Jablonski, Defiance ETF CEO and Chief Investment Officer. I'm feeling you have not been that negative.
No.
Throughout all this.
I haven't.
I can remember it's sad because I look at some people and I remember how wrong they were.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of people on that when I look at now, that's all I can think about. And I'm not sure why they're here.
I'm glad I'm not one of them for
You're
today.
not one of them. You are not one of them. Why didn't you? It wasn't a head fake. I mean, there are real concerns and worries that people saw, but obviously the market is seeing through something. What's the market seeing that most stock analysts did not see?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot to it. So first of all, the macro backdrop is good, right? You have job numbers are pretty good. There's $7 trillion of cash on the sidelines. The market is ripping up. Corporate earnings have held up against, popular belief that eventually we would see that softening. Inflation is starting to come down. Things are looking good. But in terms of tariffs, you go back to Liberation Day, the market just completely crashed. And then we've had so much back and forth, hot and cold, the art of the deal, that I think the markets have just become a little bit insensitive to these conversations. And I think the belief is that, here we are again trying to force the hand till August 1st, but there could be carve-outs, there could be other negotiations, there could be changes to all of this. So I think it's kind of much ado about nothing
Order
until
submitted.
there is an actual policy that's enacted.
Reaction is non-existent.
It's muted.
Right.
Absolutely.
You can say, okay, the futures are a little weaker, but not really. This is like any given day.
Right off.
Right. It's like any given day. And so is the S&P, by the way. We're at 6% plus. That's kind of an annualized average return over the last 100 years. It's a pretty steady market.
Did we miss all the stuff that people were so excited about initially? And, deregulation, maybe less antitrust concerns, and tax certainty for corporations, and expensing of equipment for people that, and then all of that was supposedly canceled out by these awful tariffs, which either didn't go in or weren't as bad as people thought.
Yeah, and if you think about the tariffs as well, there's sort of two sides here. The first side is that this whole thing, negotiations fail and tariffs go into place. All of a sudden, we have revenues to pay for the tax cuts. And perhaps that is treated as a success. And on the other hand, if there's a negotiation that is laid, then the markets are happy because we have stability and peace in the world. But all of these things will take time to play out. I'm not sort of Pollyanna that this will never impact the consumer at the end of the day, because tariffs will, but it takes time to show up in the data.
So many people think that we can't just cut spending, that we need to raise revenue somehow. Tariffs, it might be regressive, but either corporations are paying or customers are paying, or so. But there's money coming into the till from something. And if corporations bring some stuff back here or find ways to lessen the impact of tariffs, and if maybe consumers pay, I don't know. There is real money. A lot of people think higher taxes is the answer, but they hate tariffs anyway. You could make the case, if it wasn't regressive, that this is not a horrible way to generate some revenue from corporations and individuals.
Right, and so far it hasn't proven to be so bad. We have seen some of those revenues coming in, markets are holding up, the economy is holding up, and so we need something to take a wild turn left.
What's going to throw us off here? Could it be a bad earnings season, or could it be hot CPI numbers tomorrow? Could it be finally a crack in the labor markets, which we haven't seen? What's most likely?
I think, so we've had 4 softer than expected inflation reads, right? So this next one in June is expected to pick up a little bit. So if it's a lot higher than expected, maybe that throws the market off a little bit. If jobs start to soften further, maybe that throws the market off a little bit. But I just don't think we're there. Again, trillions of dollars on the sidelines. I think corporate earnings are going to be good. I think that AI is going to propel them forward, going, into the next couple of years.
Also the wild card, AI, just those 2 letters.
Right.
Either it is the wild card or it's not.
But here's my tariff question. I saw the Goldman Sachs report last week said that only and this is interesting if true, that only 40% of the tariffs, if they are implemented, get borne effectively by the American consumer and or American business. Effectively, that 60% of the tariff gets borne back at the foreign side of things. I don't know if that's true or not. The question is, what do you think the real estimate is? That I don't know if you agree with Goldman Sachs. You think someone's got a better way to think about it?
Yeah, I don't know what the exact numbers come down to, but I tend to lean towards Goldman Sachs, and I think that even strengthens the president's position to negotiate here, because actually it feels like it might be worse for the EU than it would be for us, right? And so I think that also gives him some power in his negotiations there.
Okay.
You don't have price targets, really, do you, for the S&P?
I think
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, right. It's a crap shot. I mean, I'm bullish on the S&P. I think the market's going to end up this year.
Is it a crap shot or a crap shoot?
Crap shoot.
Oh, okay. Because I'm trying to think of. There's a way I can think of what a crap shot is.
I can think of.
If I shoot a basketball, it's usually a crap. What do you think of? Something gross?
Oh, I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, you're thinking the same. But higher than where we are now by the end of the year?
I think a little higher than we are now. I think we are closer to that, 10% for the year on the S&P 500. I think NASDAQ will rally quite a bit more here. You're seeing it in NVIDIA, you're seeing it in quantum stocks, some things like this. And then I think you'll get some breakout in other areas of the market, like drones, cybersecurity, things like this, just given what's going on in the world.
So as all of your peers were negative, were you just defiant? Is that how you would describe yourself as a...
Absolutely.
What's the name of the firm?
Defiance.
Defiance.
Defiance is the name of the firm.
So we have to
be a little defiant.
You were defiant.
Yeah, we're positive on the U.S. economy, positive on equities.
All right. You're in studio today.
Yes.
I just realized that.
Yes. It's nice to see you all in person.
Yes. No flies on us.
We look like we're market cheerleaders wearing the same dress in red and green.
Yes. Exactly.
All right. When we come back, much more on the latest tariff threats. President Trump now targeting the EU and Mexico with an August 1st deadline. We will talk to a former U.S. trade representative about the efforts to strike a deal. Squawk Box will be back in just a moment.
With a Shield-level annuity from Bright House Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Bright House Financial. Build for what's ahead.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff. But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one. Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Want to win $500?
Yes.
The PXG Driver Challenge is back. Test your driver against PXG Black Ops. If you win in distance and dispersion, you take home $500. Book now at PXG.com. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Two retiring business executives turn their post-career mission to greyhounds, giving these former race dogs a real chance to win. From planning your future to pursuing your passions, a Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you, your purpose, and the way you give back. That's life well planned.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
President Trump is imposing 30% tariffs on the EU and Mexico starting August 1st. The leaders of both the EU and Mexico have indicated that they will keep negotiating with the White House in the meantime. And joining us right now with more on the latest tariff threats is Susan Schwab. She is former U.S. Trade Representative under George W. Bush. Ambassador, thank you for being here today. Looking at what the fallout is from this, the markets seem to be looking at this and thinking, we're not going to get concerned just yet. They seem to think that there will be changes and that 30% likely won't go into full effect. What do you think?
Oh, I must say, after this year, this spring, far be it from me to predict, and I don't get upset if, the deadlines get pushed forward. It takes time to negotiate good trade agreements, and if it's going to take more time, it takes more time. And the market volatility is less of a concern. I'm much more concerned about the nature of the negotiations and what the outcomes are going to be for the competitiveness of U.S. industry and for U.S. exporters and for the consumer and the tax being put on the consumer by import restrictions, tariffs being put in place or potentially being put in place.
The Wall Street Journal has a new survey that it took of economists that suggests the economic fallout is less dire than had been feared. That's at least according to these own economists who have looked at it. Now, maybe that's because a lot of it didn't materialize the way we thought, but that was surprising to see and sort of an interesting note to things today.
So I must say, I am not one who's been chasing after inflation numbers. I think the key is not going to be an inflation increase per se. Remember, that's a technical economist calculation. Rather, I think we will see it in specific sectors, and consumers will see it. I mean, the administration's been talking about $100 billion in new tariff revenues to date, $300 billion this year. Even if the calculation that only, quote, 40% is going to be paid by U.S. consumers, that's a $120 billion tax increase, a regressive tax increase to U.S. consumers this year. And where is that going to come? That's going to come in it's going to hit anyone who wants to build or buy a new home, steel, aluminum, probably lumber, that's going to want to outfit that home, refrigerators, washers, dryers, those kinds of things, tools that are going to be used to build that home, anyone who wants to buy an automobile. So we're talking about specific items at this point. And I think, fair to say that retailers are trying really, really hard not to pass through these additional costs right now. And we may not even see a lot of it in the coming quarter. But there will come a point where they can't do that anymore. They can't average out across their inventory. They can't average out the front running that they did, perhaps bringing things in. And for small and medium-sized companies, they're in big trouble already.
When you say you're worried about how this negotiation is taking place, you mean the brute force of some of the things that have been kind of pushed through on this? Or do you mean that now the EU is talking supposedly with Canada and Japan and maybe other countries to try and figure out how they can do more together if things fall apart with us?
Well, I think that's perfectly understandable. I mean, you're talking about industries, agriculture, services, enterprises that have long-standing business relationships that have not been developed overnight in all of these countries, that have them with the United States, U.S. companies that have them in those countries, that are worried about seeing them disrupted. And so these countries are trying to establish more open trading relationships with each other. It's not that they're going against us. It's that they're trying to help their own enterprises because they see their own enterprises losing access to this market. And conceivably, if they end up retaliating, their business that they do with U.S. exporters diminishing. And that's going to be, obviously, that'll be on us. So some of it's stylistic, but I think my concerns tend to be more of the, frog in the boiling pot of water variety, which is to say, over time, U.S. enterprises, small, medium, and large businesses becoming less and less globally competitive, losing long-term business relationships. If you look, for example, at the sectoral, not just the country, we've focused very, very much on the country-specific negotiations going on. That's what we talked about last week or over the weekend. Brazil, we're hitting out at Brazil for their domestic politics. They even have a trade deficit with us, for heaven's sakes. They don't have a trade surplus with us.
Well, let's take Brazil out of it. What I hear you saying is this loss of competitiveness. That's the argument that Donald Trump and his supporters would say that the American businesses have had an anti-competitive sort of position because they weren't on a level playing field. Is that right or not?
So I think I am the first one to agree that there are foreign barriers to U.S. exporters, whether it is in the agricultural space, whether it is in the industrial space, and services. I mean, the digital services tax that the Canadian Parliament rescinded, that was a very important move. And I give the administration a lot of credit. I give both the Canadian and the U.S. administration a lot of credit for that. But that got done. So then coming back at Canada saying, well, oh, by the way, we're now going to up the ante. In my, negotiation 101, moving the goalposts isn't necessarily a great negotiating tactic. But I'm getting at something different, which is to say we focus on country-specific negotiations. If we look at the Section 232, meaning the national security sector-specific negotiations, we look at tariffs on steel and aluminum. What we haven't looked at is the derivatives, so-called derivative tariffs that are going up. So, for example, we put tariffs on $18 billion worth of imports of aluminum products in 2018. We now have tariffs on over $100 billion worth of imports of products containing aluminum. There is a process that's going to play out this week where 58 petitioners, have asked for tariff increases on almost 1,000 products that contain steel and aluminum for 25% tariffs. We already have tariffs now on beer cans containing beer. We've got a petitioner who wants to put tariffs on any product coming in an aerosol can. food products coming in cans. Now, I'm sorry, I have a hard time addressing that as a national security issue versus something that's going to hit consumers in their pocketbook.
Susan, thank
For me,
you.
I mean, I think when we talk about national security, we need to be thinking about, I am all for national security and resilient supply chains. But it seems to me that it takes a long time to build those. That's not going to happen overnight. And raising the cost to U.S. manufacturers who bring in over a third of those inputs, of those imports, to make themselves more competitive, either at home or when they, export and deal with competitors overseas. I think it would be healthier to be thinking about creating those supply chains with allies like Canada, like Mexico, like Europe, and so on.
Susan Schwab. Thank you, Susan.
My pleasure.
Coming up, $4 trillion and counting. That's the number. NVIDIA's market cap continuing to grow. Now, CEO Jensen Huang headed to China, aiming at that market with a new chip. We're going to get into the chip wars later this hour. And then tomorrow, Senator Dave McCormick's going to join us on Squawk Box ahead of the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit that's taking place in Pittsburgh. It's going to be at 8:20 Eastern Time tomorrow. Squawk Box returning right after this.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Today, let's paint with Behr, the most trusted paint brand. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
We'll usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did all the research. Behr has #1 rated products.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Behr.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Behr Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great value at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. Right now, get up to 40% off, no interest for 24 months, and no money down.
800-588-2300 Today.
Safe Flight Repair.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad. Safe Flight Replace.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Get it fixed now and pay later with flexible payment options only at safelight.com.
Coming up, Republicans getting back to work already on a new mega bill. Another one, Budget Committee Chairman Congressman Jody Arrington going to join us to tell us about that and more when he joins us on set next. Squawk Box coming right back.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, we actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do.
Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher. And second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
House Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican leadership are looking to pursue another party line mega bill this coming fall. Joining us now, Texas Republican Congressman Jody Arrington. He chairs the Budget Committee. Good morning.
Good morning.
You want to talk about the OBBB we already did and what it's going to do, or do you want to talk about what was left out and what still needed to be done?
Well, I think I'd like to say we achieved historic economic and fiscal reforms along with the largest investment in border security and national defense. So I think making our country safer, stronger, more prosperous has been achieved in terms of policies and creating the conditions. And I think that will be realized in the months and quarters ahead. I'm very proud of that. Much needed, long overdue. And then you mentioned future budget reconciliation opportunities. I think we stretched that rubber band between the moderates and fiscal hawks quite a bit to get that bill through and have record spending reductions at $1.5 trillion. That's twice as much as we've ever cut in spending. Yep. Is there more meat on the bone in terms of fiscal reforms? You bet. As budget chairman, I can tell you there's never enough for me, especially with $2 trillion annual deficits and a $36 trillion
would it be more
debt hole.
That's the thing. Would it be more spending cuts? More, because you remember, I know you saw Senator Johnson just hammering the point that we're so far above what we were spending pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Even though there's no pandemic anymore. He wanted to go line by line.
Yes.
And Mike Johnson, the speaker, said, look, I'd like to do that too. But here's my card. Here's the hand that I have. Here's the hand that you have in the House. Here's the hand in the Senate. We're not going to do it.
Order filled.
The hand isn't changing, so why be optimistic now? And then you got the parliamentarian, which said a lot of things, didn't pass the Byrd rule. Is there a way of structuring some of those things to get that done?
Order canceled. Order filled.
I think
order
we
submitted.
can spend a little more time on some of the conservative reforms that were kicked out by the parliament, like prohibitions against taxpayer dollars going to transgender procedures, which I think is totally inappropriate. Well, it was kicked out, but we didn't spend enough time to try to figure out how to write it so that it was more budget and impact than policy.
I don't know how you make that budget, though.
Well, we did it on a number of fronts that people didn't think, like defunding Planned Parenthood with respect to Medicaid funding, which is the largest source of funding for Planned Parenthood. So I think there's a way to do it. We just didn't spend enough time.
Order
Another
filled.
thing that was kicked out is our ability to enforce the prohibition on states using fungible Medicaid dollars for people here illegally.
Order submitted.
Those are two that I would put into the sort of conservative reforms. And then there are Medicaid and Medicare non-benefit efficiencies. Medicare, for example, we're paying hospitals more in reimbursement for the same procedures as physician groups on outpatient procedures, same outcomes, usually the same and often the same mid-levels in physicians. And we could save $150 billion by just equalizing payments. There's a number of those non-benefit efficiency reforms, I think, left for us to dig into. Did we maximize that sort of political fault lines within the conference? I think so. We had $1.7 trillion in cuts. The Senate had $1.5. We offset the tax cuts and had no deficit. They had about a $500 billion delta. I think we'll cover that, Joe, just by keeping discretionary spending flat. Trump put a 23% cut on discretionary spending. Right. That's 25% of the budget. In reconciliation, where we were focused on the 75%, the mandatory spending, healthcare and welfare. If we hold discretionary flat, we just constrain it for 1 year, that's $500 billion in savings over a year. And that's just 1 year of the 4 years of the president's tenure. So we're going to more than offset it. And with growth, we're going to see the debt and deficit to GDP come down, the fiscal health of our country restored, and an opportunity for greater prosperity in the future. So I'm bullish.
The CBO will have a heart attack if the deficit comes down.
Yeah, they won't know what to do.
But sometimes it's GIGO because they have to do it a certain way, and those are the numbers they come out with. They aren't allowed to assume anything positive from any of this stuff.
Well, they were off wildly with record revenue to the Treasury when we cut corporate rates from 36 to 21. Right. We've had record revenue ever since. They were off by $1 trillion in 2023 on predicting what the deficit would be under Joe Biden. So we will get to that 2.6 annual average growth rate that we assumed in our budget. I think we will exceed it. We were conservative. Biden and Trump both had higher than the 2.6 in their tenure.
But I think there's a fair question to be asked about whether the tax cuts unto themselves ultimately pay for themselves. Yeah. Right? I mean, I think we can go back in history, and it is very rare where tax cuts on their own pay for themselves. It really is only going to work if all of these other component parts, including some of the deregulation issues that we've talked about, actually pan out.
Yes. Well, I think we took on Republican orthodoxy. When I say we, deficit hawks and my budget committee members who for the first time said, we're going to tie spending cuts to tax cuts. And we're not going to suggest that all tax cuts are created equally, that all are pro-growth, and that all pay for themselves. So I would agree with you, which is exactly why we put that provision in the House budget to offset the tax cut cost. The Senate didn't comply, which is why they made theirs permanent and ran up about a $500 billion tab over the House budget. So I agree with you.
Right. Even when the House does nothing for a new president, they get thrown out. You've done a lot. Is the House going to stay Republican in your view? I mean, it is. This was a big bill. This is monumental, and you know that it's if depending on what poll you look at, which mainstream media outlet is talking about.
Order canceled.
Order filled. Really unpopular.
Order filled.
Is it possible that you need to do everything within the first 2 years of the Trump presidency that you want to do?
I think in my mentality after 10 years of serving in Congress is you do everything you can. I think we struck a good balance in terms of the fiscal reforms and spending reduction measures. I think the proof's going to be in the pudding, right? We did this in a very aggressive timetable, right? Both the House on Memorial Day and Independence Day to complete the whole project. That gives enough time, Joe, for the reality of the policies to show up in the paychecks and the pocketbooks of our hardworking Americans who got enhanced tax breaks through increased standard deduction, through the no tax on tip breaks, overtime, seniors. The list is...
Might have been worth it just to get the 100% expensing for companies that are trying to grow.
The 100% expensing is the most pro-growth.
Well, can I ask a question about that, though?
Yeah.
And then I actually have a question about Texas.
Yeah.
And one of your residents. But you probably know who I'm going to ask about it. On the expensing question, my understanding is it goes back to 2022, so you can actually retroactively expense.
Yeah, you can.
And so the question is, the only thing I don't understand about that piece is that doesn't spur new spending, right? That's almost just a thank you present for past spending. And that was one I didn't really understand if I was trying to incentivize going forward, because that's effectively, as I said, sort of a very look-backing kind of thing to do.
I'm with you. I mean, this is negotiated not for my ideal policies, but for good policies. I agree it should be prospective because we're trying to incentivize the right behavior going forward, which we have done, both with tax relief for working families and those business provisions that we supercharge by making them permanent, especially the expensing, R&D, interest expensing, capital expensing. But no, I don't disagree with that.
And then on one of your probably most
famous... Hit me with that Texas question.
Most famous resident, at least at the moment in your state, beyond our former president, is a guy named Elon Musk, who doesn't like
I've heard of that.
Who doesn't like any of this, and is all over Twitter, or X, I should say, very frustrated both with what it means to all the work he did on Doge. He's going after the president, constantly now raising the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I don't know. I'm curious what you make just of all of that. And what do you tell him?
Order
submitted. I think there's a lot of personal feelings wrapped up in his comments, obviously. I think that's obvious to people.
Order filled.
But to give him credit, I think he's been concerned about the fiscal trajectory of our country, the national debt. I think he's right. There's tremendous waste. Joe mentioned the COVID bloat. That's hundreds of billions of dollars that we never right-sized after COVID. By the way, that's on the discretionary side mostly. Right. So that's going to be harder because that's a bipartisan appropriations process as opposed to a unified Republican exercise in reconciliation. But nevertheless, I give him credit. I think since Ronald Reagan, no one has raised the awareness of our fiscal decline and the need to rein it in and restore discipline and responsibility in America's government's balance sheet than Elon Musk. So I think I take the good of what he's done, and I'll let these other personal issues settle in time, which I believe they will.
You could ask a person at this point on the street, how much do we collect and how much do we spend? And probably more than in history, people know, well, we've always collected 17 and we're spending 24%. And more and more people, and that's something that people need to understand that when they start, belly aching about every single cut that we make. We never have been at 24% of GDP spending.
That's right. That's right. Spending is the driver of this.
You can do both, but it really, you got to favor trying to rein it in a little bit. Congressman, thank you. And
thank you, Joe.
Best of Texas.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Andrew.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, an update on U.S. auto production after a couple of months of tariffs on imported vehicles. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
They say you can't change the game. While they're talking, we're out here dominating.
So let them talk.
Skechers basketball, comfort that performs.
been defending the world for decades. Through NATO, with American soldiers and taxpayer dollars, all to keep other countries safe. But it's not just defense. Americans pay more for medicine because European countries refuse to pay their fair share for the drugs we invent. This has to stop. President Trump will negotiate stronger trade deals, just like he did with NATO, and he will stop the foreign freeloading.
Ready for whatever lies ahead, with confidence to navigate all conditions. T. Rowe Price actively managed ETFs, designed to outperform the index.
Come inside and feast your eyes on 100% all-beef hot dogs for pure deliciousness. Where made-in-store, saucy, bubbly, cheesy perfection is waiting for you, alongside fluffy, melty biscuits and croissants. That's breakfast bliss. It's stop on your way, stop in your tracks, taste bud tingling goodness all in one place. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
At last, my love has come along.
And action.
Applebee's 2 for $25.
Zoom in.
Get 1 appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken Parmesan fettuccine.
Choose 1 appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, were we in?
U.S. auto production is slowly increasing after 2 months of tariffs. Phil LeBeau joins us right now. He's got the details on that. Phil, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. This is a good snapshot to look at what the impact has been of the tariffs. And remember, anything built in Canada, Mexico, over in Asia, in Europe, there's a 25% tariff for those vehicles coming into the country. There may be some offsets with USMCA, but the bottom line is this. Automakers have said, what production do we have in the U.S.? How, or capacity, excess capacity, how can we use that to build more vehicles in this country? And look what we found. J.D. Power ran the numbers for us. They track this every single month. And what they found in the first quarter, 51% of the vehicles sold in this country were built in the U.S. But look, it's gradually increased since then, up to 54 in April, 55 May. Last month, 56% of what was sold in this country was built in this country. Bottom line is this. The automakers have found those areas where they can add a shift, add overtime, add plants that are already running, and that's what they're doing. They are adding production at those plants. It's not a lot, but it is sizable enough to move the needle in terms of amount of vehicles built in this country. The sales rate is slowing down. I get this question from people. They say, well, there was a surge in April. People were worried about prices skyrocketing, so they went out and bought them. And yes, it has come down, though. 15.3 million, according to Cox Automotive, was the sales pace last month in June. The average transaction price, by the way, really hasn't ticked up much. It might be a couple of $100 higher in June than it was back in April and March. $48,907 was the latest reading in terms of what people actually paid at a dealership. As you take a look at Ford and GM, they are 2 of the companies that have, as quickly as possible, taken advantage of excess capacity, and they get credit for that. Ford's Q2 sales in the U.S. up 14.2%, GM's up 7.3%. Of course, guys, the real question will be, what's been the impact on North American margins? How much of this tariff discussion and the tariffs that have been implemented, how much will that impact the margins here in North America? Because they still are importing vehicles from Canada and Mexico, though they have slowed that down to a certain extent.
Phil, I also wonder how much of this is because of the already existing 25% tariff on European cars that are coming in. I was just reading over the weekend about how it's costing German automakers billions at this point. Is there...
Yeah, we'll see that. That'll be a big question, Becky. And then the question becomes, at what point do some of the foreign automakers say, you know what, we can spread this out over our global platform. We'll just have to eat it in the margins. Or do you have some automakers, and we've heard discussions about this, but nobody's pulled the trigger, who say, I do have to put a manufacturing plant in the United States? Because let's be clear here, despite Peter Navarro saying they're all going to come rushing back in, nobody has announced putting a final assembly plant in the U.S. since the tariffs began.
Okay. Bill, thank you.
Okay. Coming up, NEC Director Kevin Hassett's going to join us this morning in just a moment to talk trade, those big negotiations, the Fed, Chairman Powell's job, and so much more. That's coming up at 8:10 Eastern Time this morning, less than 15 minutes from now. Do not go anywhere. Squawk Box returning after this.
Rolling sound, clip.
Reset. Hi, I'm referee number 2. So sorry I'm late. Violation. Red card
And cut. So this is your car, huh?
Yeah. Bye, guys.
How much are we paying this guy?
Lease the 2025 Tiguan S for $299 a month. Limited inventory available.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary stamp, and then spends about $30, $40 with the county recorder. They then take out loans using your home equity as collateral. And the worst part of it is, you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. Most people don't check on their home title because why would you feel like you needed to? But this right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock. They have a $1 million triple lock protection that helps keep your home and equity safe. It includes 24/7 monitoring with protection immediately, urgent alerts in case there's any changes in your title. Then if fraud does happen, they have a US-based restoration team that will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Market destination?
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Well, it is almost 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. And among today's top stories, Bitcoin near an all-time high, currently trading at $121,500. It briefly topped $123,000 earlier this morning. There is some news out from Kenvue. That's the consumer health product company that was spun off from J&J with brands like Tylenol, Band-Aid, and Neutrogena. The company's CEO is stepping down from his role and from the board, and Kenvue will review strategic alternatives to try and unlock shareholder value. From May 4th of 2023 through today, that stock was down sharply, but now you can see it's up this morning. And we're watching shares of Tesla. Elon Musk responding to a user on X who asked Tesla investors if they support a merger between the car company and Musk's AI startup, XAI. Musk responded no to that, responding to another X user yesterday who said Tesla needs to be able to invest in XAI. Musk said Tesla will hold the shareholder vote on that question.
And JP Morgan, Citi, and Bank of America, just a few of the financial giants getting ready to report quarterly results. We're going to hear from them this week. Leslie Picker joins us this morning with a bit of a preview of what we can expect and what we should be looking for. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Yeah, those big 6 U.S. banks are up 33% on average just over the last 3 months alone. And they're set to report second quarter earnings over the next 2 days. The street is asking whether the valuations are getting a bit stretched here or whether the new numbers and commentary will catalyze further to the upside. On average, this cohort is trading at a 27% premium to its 10-year average when compared with the next 12 months projected earnings. And with the tariff, inflation, lower income consumer health, and rate uncertainty, there are still some macro risks circling the sector. Now, on the flip side, we've seen a dramatic shift on the regulatory front, with reforms expected to loosen capital requirements. Banks are expected to redeploy what's now excess capital in the form of buybacks or M&A or additional loan growth if demand is there. Additionally, global M&A volume is higher by 25% in the first half of the year, driven largely by some of those bigger deals that we've seen, while IPO volume is up 14%. Equity trading is also expected to have another banner quarter, and analysts are expecting net interest income to help bolster the bottom line this quarter thanks to loan growth. The key question is how much of these tailwinds are already priced in at these levels, though, guys?
Did you see this piece in the Wall Street Journal this morning about J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon and private credit, by any chance?
Yeah, private credit's obviously a huge part of this whole kind of existential question around loan growth and banking,
Right.
and J.P. Morgan has some on-balance sheet exposure, yeah.
Should we be worried about that, though? I mean, one of the things that was so interesting about the piece was Jamie has been quite public about, I think, concerns about what the private credit world could portend in terms of, if there is a financial crisis, is that where, the risks lie? And yet the piece also suggests that J.P. Morgan wants to take advantage of that marketplace.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there are two sides of concerns here. Jamie has been the one who's been very out front and vocal about, when SHIT hits the fan, what's going to happen? Do these private credit shops have kind of the know-how to work out situations in terms of bankruptcy? And then on the flip side, there was a report this week. I can't remember. It was from one of the big credit firms or credit ratings agencies that said essentially that private credit is safer than the banking system because it is, it has kind of longer duration exposure. You're not at risk of some sort of a bank run situation, and so therefore it's safer for the entire system. So there are kind of two sides of the coin, but banks have been, at least over the last few years or so, heavily exposed to this area in terms of their extending of credit to the private
People can spell, Leslie. I mean, that excrement hitting the air conditioner is always a good...
I was like, I don't know. Can I say that on air? I don't think I can.
It's almost like saying it. It's almost like you can say Shih Tzu, like a dog. That always works.
Yeah.
The Shih Tzu hits the fan.
I should have done that next time.
Air conditioner, excrement, air conditioner is good.
I think my 8-year-old can spell that word.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Thank you.
I got it immediately.
Appreciate it. We got it.
I got it immediately.
I'm slow, and we got it.
Yeah,
so there.
Exactly.
Now to the New York mayoral race. Multiple reports saying that former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo expected to announce plans to stay in the race as an independent, with an announcement coming within days. He reportedly is going to be asking all the candidates except for Zohran Mamdani to vow to drop out of the race if they are not in the lead by mid-September, to avoid splitting votes. Now, the report says Cuomo will make that pledge himself. Of course, we had the mayor on our broadcast just about a week and a half ago now, suggesting that Andrew Cuomo should be the one who should step out of the race. Clearly, if any of them are going to give Mamdani a run for his money, if you will, one of them has to step out of the race. And right now, if you look at Polymarket, if you believe that that's a decent indicator of where things stand, Mamdani looking at about over 71% right now. And the other guy's down to like 14,
we talked about
11%.
Adams, it's a tough climate. A lot of people are deciding to back him, and there is some momentum. He's in what high teens or so.
I saw 14.
Okay.
I saw 14
really
and for him and 11 for Cuomo. I don't know what the latest and greatest
even combined, that's not.
It doesn't do much.
Yeah, it's crazy. You expressed you missed National Donuts Day. Was that, when was that?
Apparently National Donut Day was in early June. I want to say it was like June 8th or 9th.
Where were you? Because you never miss that.
Because I never miss it.
You never miss that.
I'm not sure.
Today is Bastille Day in France, when they stormed. There's a lot of other ones. If you miss National Donut Day today, you give another chance. Today is National Nude Day.
National Nude
Day.
No, thank you. like.
Nobody needs that.
No.
You know what else it is? It happens to be national.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm looking better nude.
I don't want to see
also,
either of you.
Okay, but it's also National Be Nice to Bugs Day. Don't kill any flies.
Nice.
But I will trade
National
you.
Be Nice to Me Day.
I'll trade you one National Nude Day for one National Mac and Cheese Day.
I'll take that.
National Mac and Cheese Day.
Today.
You can have all the national news.
That's what
I don't want any of them.
I don't want it. I'm saying. I'm at it.
Can you imagine walking around in Times
You've been to a
Square
nude
if everybody
beach?
was nude? It would.
You've been to a nude beach.
I've already been to Times Square.
Awful.
There's no upside to a nude beach. Maybe 1 out of 100 people should be nude on that beach. Coming up, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett is going to join us. We're going to ask him about the Trump administration's new tariff threats against the EU and Mexico, President's criticisms of Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and much more. Squawk Box. Be right back.
As a global leader in alternatives today, PGIM is capturing the potential of tomorrow with over $320 billion in alts across public and private markets. PGIM, the pursuit of outperformance.
Oh, we back again, y'all. How y'all been? It's getting hot. Hey, feel the rays of these new summer days. Hey.
It's odd how, in an instant, things can transform. Slipping out of balance into free fall.
The stock market is now down 23%.
This is happening, people.
Where there are so few certainties.
Look around.
As we navigate a future unknown. I'm glad I found stability amidst it all. Gold. Standing the test of time.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
At Chomps, we create snacks for people who are hungry to get the most out of life, who only accept the highest quality. Because real life demands real ingredients. We make snacks that don't take shortcuts, with grass-fed and finished beef, 0 sugar, and up to 12 grams of protein. When life challenges you, take bigger bites. Chomps, take bigger bites. Learn more at chomps.com.
President Trump announcing an additional 30% tariffs on the EU and Mexico. Those are set to take effect August 1st. Join us now, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Great to have you on, Kevin. Hasn't been that long, but I see you a lot around, and I always wish it was with us, but we understand. we understand you've got a lot to say. I'll tell you, the thing I'd like to start with, we get so excited about pending deals when we keep hearing by, last time it was, I think, by Wednesday we were going to have 2 or 3 big deals, and they don't come. Wouldn't it be better to just wait or something? Why does nothing, like India? We were sure we were going to hear about India. Can you update us on that? Or maybe you shouldn't update us, because then we start getting our hopes up and then nothing ever happens.
Right. The bottom line is that there have been ongoing negotiations with numerous countries and close to final deals that when the president reviews them, he wants more for the American people.
PI tomorrow, Kevin, and a day doesn't go by where we don't wonder collectively where the tariff effect is. And maybe August 1st things get more, more interesting, and if people don't come to the table and more things happen. But at this point, we haven't seen the negative impacts either with inflation, really, or the labor market of tariffs. Why is that? Is it because shelter has been a tailwind as costs come down, or oil prices? Why is it that we haven't? Is it still coming, or is it never coming?
No.
The bad effect on inflation.
You know, the biggest, most interesting data item in this place, Joe, is the fact that the CEA put out a report, Council of Economic Advisors, that showed that import prices into the U.S. are dropping, actually dropping during all this. And my theory as an economist of why that is that Americans, because of President Trump's leadership, have recognized that when they buy an American product, they not only get perhaps a better product, certainly a better product most of the time, but they're also making their community stronger. And so there's, I think, a lot of patriotism in the data. The bottom line is people prefer American products, and so therefore the demand for imports has gone way down so much that even with what tariffs have been there, where people would say, oh, they might increase prices at least a little bit, we've seen prices going down. The other factor, don't forget, is that if we have a trade deficit year after year after year with a country, then by definition, they're supplying stuff to us inelastically. And so if you have an inelastic supplier and you put a tariff on them, then the inelastic supplier bears the tariff. I think putting it all together, we haven't seen it in the data, and it's been long enough. It's been long enough, right? We've got hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs coming in. The CBO says that we're now, with the things that are already in place, set for $3 trillion in tariffs over the next 10 years, just about. And all of that, and we haven't seen big market responses. In fact, the market's been going up. We haven't seen inflation responses. And we've got all that tariff revenue coming in. Imagine if we had a tax hike of that scale, how much upset there'd be.
I talk about that. Yeah, I talk about that a lot. Everybody that hates the tariffs can't wait to raise taxes, but this doesn't count as raising any money. It's really, it's weird. You mentioned we have deficits, so we don't like countries we have trade deficits. We got a surplus with Brazil. And I won't say I immediately said that we shouldn't be using tariffs for all these different reasons, and Bolsonaro, whatever we're using it for, because sanctions aren't the same as tariffs. I understand that. You're supposed to have a legitimate reason or emergency reason for it. But what about that? What about using tariffs for anything that you decide you want to do to try to modify some other country's behavior? What if people start doing that to us with things they don't like that we do?
Look, the president has made it clear that there are a couple of national emergencies. There's a national emergency with fentanyl, and there's a national emergency because of the persistent trade deficit. And one of the problems with Brazil is, well, Brazil is transshipping Chinese goods. I mean, it's not a big stretch at all to think about where are the goods going to go with the sort of 50-ish% tariff that we currently have on China. And so I think the president's right to draw a line in the sand. And again, we'll see what happens with the negotiations between now and August.
Hey, Kevin, so should the Federal Reserve, hey, it's good to see you. Should the Federal Reserve be working with the administration's plans or goals, or should it operate independently?
Oh, the Federal Reserve should be independent. The president has the right to voice his opinion. And the bottom line is that the Federal Reserve has been very, very wrong on this tariff issue. They've been saying it's going to cause inflation, saying it's going to cause inflation. And they've done that while the European Central Bank has been cutting rates a lot because inflation appears, by everybody's standards, to be just about under control. And so think about it this way.
But Europe doesn't have the economy that we have. Kevin, Europe doesn't have the economy we have. We're in a much better position.
If you look at their inflation, I'm sorry, if you look at their inflation and our inflation, it's almost spot on. It's almost exactly the same number.
Right, but we have stronger economic growth.
And it's come down, and it's come down. Yeah, but the growth is coming from supply side effects of Trump policies, which isn't inflationary.
Kevin, I'm curious if you saw
inflation goes down.
I was curious if you saw this Goldman Sachs report last week that effectively suggests that 40% of tariffs will be borne by U.S. either taxpayers and/or U.S. corporations, 60% borne by the foreign country and whatever businesses are there. Do you buy that in terms of what math have you done, and how does that compare to what Goldman Sachs is saying?
Well, I like first. I haven't
Order
seen the
filled.
report, but the numbers seem pretty wrong to me.
Order
The way I
submitted.
think about it, when you're thinking about who bears the tax, you need to go back to thinking about the intuition of it as if
Order
you're just
filled.
in your economics 101 class. If I buy a candy bar for $1 and I put a 10% tax on it, then the
Order
question
filled.
is, do I go in and have to pay $1.10, in which case the person buying the candy bar pays the tax? Or does the store say, oh, I'm going to not be able to get rid of all my candy bars, and so they cut it down to 90 cents and still sell it to you for $1? And it depends on the elasticity of supply in the end. Like, if you have an apple tree with 100 apple trees, you got to sell 100 apples, and so the apple tree guy, he's going to bear the tax. And my view is, my intuition all along, I've said it on the show all the way back, really for many, many years, is that supply from foreign countries is pretty inelastic, so they're going to bear the lion's share of the tariff. And if you look at it, that's what's happened. That's what's happened. And so I guess economics being what it is, maybe it'll change in the future, but so far we're really 6 months in to an experiment that's working exactly the way the economic theory I described would say.
Just one other sort of point. How do you think about a lot of the CEOs who say, look, we brought a lot of stuff into the country early. One of the reasons we haven't had inflation yet is that we sort of front-loaded the situation, and that we may run into a challenging time later when we have to bring in sort of the next set of goods
Order
potentially
filled.
under a tariff regime.
Well, I think that the other argument that I've been seeing
Order
is
submitted.
that what's going to happen is that there's going to be big price effects now, but as we get more production into the U.S., then those price effects will go away. And so I think most people expected that if there were going to be a price effect, that it would be front-loaded before the U.S. supply chains adjust and more production is done into the U.S. So the fact that in the period where, in January, everybody was saying the price effects were going to be the largest, we've seen negative price effects. And so now people are speculating they're going to get worse and worse off somewhere off into the future. But I think, again, the best intuition for it is that they're taking a hit, that people are exporting into the country, and Americans have recognized that their friends and neighbors are better off when they buy the products that they make.
Kevin, I think you intimated that it might be possible to fire Chair Powell. What would be? How does that process work in your view?
Well, again, we'll see how the Fed responds to this incredible cost overrun. The bottom line is, from my perspective, that when the Federal Reserve was created, we were under a gold standard. And the idea that the Fed could print money and then spend $2.5 billion on a building without real congressional oversight, it didn't occur to the people that framed the Federal Reserve Act. And so I think that we've got a real problem of oversight and excess spending. And to put it in perspective, the cost overrun right now is $700 million. The second biggest renovation of a building that we've ever had in the history of D.C. was the Federal Reserve building, the FBI building. And the FBI building, the whole thing cost about the same as this cost overrun at the Fed. And so I think that we definitely need to rethink the way the Fed's acting. We 100% want independent monetary policy, but it sure looks like they need more congressional oversight on things like the way they build their buildings.
Kevin, if you did end up in that chair, and I don't know what would cause what we saw under the Biden administration. There's, people still argue whether it was COVID, supply chain issues, or all just
Order
piling
submitted.
on all the stimulus money when we didn't need it. Whatever caused it.
Order
under,
submitted.
The president, would you have been able to raise rates even earlier than Jay Powell with a president that likes low interest rates so much? Do you think would you have the independence and the wherewithal to tell him you're wrong, Mr. President? We need to raise rates.
Look, I'm not going to talk about me and speculate about me being Fed chair. I'm really happy focusing on my job every day. The thing I can say is it's very important that the central bank be independent and that it keep inflation under control, and that it do so with an eye on what's going on with the government policy elsewhere. And so the fact that the Federal Reserve kept telling us that inflation was transitory, didn't really start lifting rates until very late in the game, that was a big policy error. And that's, something that shouldn't happen again.
I'm not saying we're in this position now, but if we were in a position where inflation was ready to come back with a vengeance, and it happened in the 70s, the stop and start, for some reason, nothing similar to that, obviously, but it did happen. I mean, I would be. I don't see how you could raise rates under this president
Order
right now,
filled.
even
Order
if you
filled.
need
No,
to. But with so
Order
much pride,
submitted.
maybe
completely.
Really?
I disagree completely. Really?
So you think you know inflation's dead and buried right now? That you don't have the slightest concern that maybe there's some leftover inflation or tariff inflation on the horizon?
The notion that recent Federal Reserve policy has been highly correlated with political
Order
matters is indisputable. The fact is that there hasn't been a rate cut since President Trump was inaugurated. The European Central Bank has seen the same reduction in inflation that we're seeing since then. And right now, if you just take a normal correlation of their policy rate and the federal funds rate, then the federal funds rate today would be
Order
around
filled.
3. And that's what President Trump is talking about. And so we're talking about in the moment ideas about today. But central bank independence is crucial for the stability of the long-run economy, and low inflation is crucial. The Fed failed in that job in the past, and the Fed, I don't think, will fail in the future after President Trump decides who's
If I were Kevin Warsh, the other Kevin, the battle of the Kevins, if I were Kevin Warsh, maybe he is more amenable to it now. It's not about, maybe he's more amenable to it now, but I don't know if I'd take the job if I were Kevin Warsh, because I'd be afraid that, if he's stated in the past there's times when he definitely thought the balance sheet was too big and growing too much. All the things that, that hawks worry about. I don't see how you could be a hawkish Fed chair under President Trump, even if you needed one.
No, of course you could be a person who's a realistic Fed chair who pursues the dual objectives, and that's what the Fed should be doing. That's what the Fed failed to do when inflation got out of control under Joe Biden, and I don't think that the next Fed chair will make the same mistake.
Okay.
Hey, can I just go back to this point? You keep talking about the inflation here versus the inflation in Europe, but I think the reason they're cutting rates there is not just because inflation is lower, but really because their growth has slowed down. The EU economists are looking at they just downgraded their growth forecast for the Eurozone to 0.9% from 1.3%.
Order
They're saying
canceled.
it's because of how the tariffs are hitting European nations pretty hard. We've got a better economy than that right now.
It was just a little while ago that everybody was putting me on the show saying how terrible our economy was because the first quarter was negative. And if you look at GDP now, it's calling for about 2.5%, 3% growth. That's certainly not overheating. But again, if we do have a stronger economy because of supply side policies, like it's not like we're printing money and mailing it to people the way Joe Biden did. But if you have supply side policies, it increases supply and it gives you growth with
Kevin, we've
downward
known each
pressure on
other a long
prices.
time. I'm just making the point that growth there is a lot weaker than it is here. And that's why they cut rates, and that's why they put the pressure on.
Order submitted.
Again, everybody was telling me that we needed to cut rates because GDP was negative in the first quarter.
It might be nice to keep. You know how you build up dry powder when times are good. So when times really do get tough, you're able to cut rates. We're not that high in rates right
Order
now.
filled.
Order compared to where we
Order
were
submitted.
in the last. I mean, pick your decade when rates were much higher. So being where we are, we don't have that much room if there were some unexpected slowdown in the economy. Maybe you don't think that's possible because all the other policies are so good, we'll never have another slowdown.
Look, the bottom line is the normal correlations between the European policy rate and the federal funds rate are out the window. We've got one of the higher inflation we've ever seen. And the European economy has been slower than our economy for as long as I've been following the European economy, pretty much. And so I don't think that it makes sense for the correlations to be so out of whack, and that's really the point of view of the president.
All right, Kevin, we're going to go. That's a beautiful shot.
Thanks,
I was going to wish you, you don't care about National Bastille Day, do you? How about National Mac and Cheese Day? I'll wish you happy.
I love mac and cheese.
Okay, but here's the question. Do you want breadcrumbs on top and then it baked, or do you just like it?
No.
You know what I mean, Kevin? Where do you land on that?
No, the breadcrumbs. No, don't. You want a nice crunchy cheese on top without breadcrumbs.
Okay. What about lobster pieces? Lobster mac and cheese?
No, just cheese and mac.
It's also National Nude Day, Kevin. Should we skip that?
Yes, definitely.
See you later. That National will be nice to bug. We're skipping. See you later, Hassett. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, when we come back, Atlas Merchant Capital CEO Bob Diamond and CIO David Seamus will join us on a unique cryptocurrency deal. We've got news of that just out a short time ago. And a programming note for you, don't miss a wide-ranging interview tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Squawk Box with Home Depot co-founder Ken Langone. We'll be right back.
I'm the president of After School All-Stars. Through innovative and enriching programs, we're helping students succeed in and out of the classroom. But more kids than ever are struggling with anxiety and depression. Economic hardships, kids falling behind in school, and the overuse of devices are all contributing factors. We must work together to empower parents to keep their kids happy and safe. Youth mental health is a difficult challenge. It requires a comprehensive solution.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Kaylee develop the comfiest mattresses with the best materials and industry-leading warranties. In fact, the Treasure and Copper Radiance are so good they're recommended by Consumer Reports.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Actors.
Order filled.
Make you believe we know what we're doing, when in fact, we do not.
Order submitted.
I have no idea what these buttons do.
I've never driven a stick in my life, but my heart is full yet!
Small business owner, because I have no idea what I'm doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content.
For Walton Goggins goggle glasses.
Because if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins. With GoDaddy Aero, it's like you know what you're doing.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them, and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
It is amazing. It used to have a collagen, used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. You don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing, but it is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. I think the first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout, but if you want to try it, we'll try armor.com.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
Welcome to Squawk Box. Check out our can't miss interview.
Is it possible for you to make every part in the United States?
We can move everything U.S., but if every Ford is $50,000, you know we're not going to win as a company.
Where are you on Tesla?
Humanoid robots. Elon has been talking about that market being bigger, ultimately, than the robotaxi market.
They're telling Facebook you can't put the...
We're not in a commercial break.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Changed. Welcome back to Squawk Box. New this morning, Bob Diamond, former CEO of Barclays, diving into the growing trend of investors buying companies to turn them into crypto assets. Diamond's Atlas Merchant Capital combining with Sonnet Biotherapeutics to form hyper-liquid strategies. It's a little complicated, but the focus is on building a large reserve of what is called hype tokens, which is a key to the hyper-liquid blockchain. We're going to have him explain this in just a moment. Bob Diamond, co-founder and CEO of Atlas, and David Shamus is Atlas's co-founder and CIO. They're going to serve as CEO of this new entity. Both are with us live and exclusively this morning. And as I said to you when you walked in, explain it to me like I'm 5, if you could. You said maybe it has to be 15, you think? Explain it to me like I'm 15 years old?
15 feels better. Look, the way I would think about it is Hyperliquid, which was founded after the blow-up of FTX a number of years ago, is a non-custodial, user-owned, decentralized exchange that has its own layer 1 blockchain. Does a 15-year-old understand that?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Go to 10 years old, if you could.
Yeah, so it is meant to address a lot of the problems that we saw in FTX and other things, that you control your own wallet. With a custodial exchange like Coinbase, you're giving them your money. They're holding it. If something bad happens,
Order filled.
That happens to you too. It's a problem. Here, you have your assets in your own wallet. You control it. It's you trade on a decentralized exchange. This isn't the only one. There are other decentralized exchanges out there, but you trade on a decentralized exchange.
Order submitted.
With your own wallet. You never give up custody of your assets.
So here's a question about that. There's always been this sort of friction, or at least question. Do you want to live in a decentralized world where you have full custody of the asset, or do you want to give over your asset to somebody else who's going to hold custody of it for you, which ultimately is the safer solution insofar as there's an argument that Coinbase has all sorts of security protocols and they're a big company.
Order canceled. Order filled.
Protect it. And then if I lose the password or something goes wrong, that I'm on the hook.
It's a really good question. And, you know, the crypto world is definitely still evolving. I think we are in the first inning here. We're going to be talking about crypto for many years to come. And I think people are figuring out which one is better, but the market is offering people alternatives.
But the Coinbases of the world will say, one is like putting the money under your mattress and your home is exposed, and the other is like putting it in a bank. And you think that people shouldn't think about it like it's being put in a bank.
You know, putting money in a bank is pretty safe, but, you know, there have been problems in banks over the years, too. That's why we have the FDIC. So I think it's just, again, this is crypto. This is the crypto world. It is very much still evolving, and we're figuring that stuff out.
Now that we're, by the way, in Crypto Week, apparently, I don't know what Crypto Week even means, but apparently this is what they're calling it.
I think we're about to find out, I just found this out.
Do you think there should be an FDIC for crypto?
Listen, when you and I were talking during the financial crisis, my comment to you consistently was strong banks want strong regulation. Strong firms in this space want strong regulation. The reason we're so excited about Circle, and David and I first invested in Circle 4 years ago in 2021. We've stayed very, very involved. We're investors today. And one of the reasons is the vision of Jeremy Allaire to be the most regulated, to be the most safe, to have the best protocols. And that malign neglect of Gary Gensler and the SEC to just ignore everything rather than regulate it. Strong firms want strong regulation. This is good for us.
So Circle, by the way, has just been, a remarkable performer, largely because it's the only real player in its space right now.
Order submitted.
I don't know if we can show Circle stock right now because it's been amazing.
The only really strongly regulated,
Order
open
submitted.
to regulation.
Well, that was going to be my question, which is what happens when and if competition really comes into this space?
In stablecoins?
In the stablecoin universe, yeah.
You know, I think there will be competition. I think Jeremy has always said there may be multiple, but the fact that Circle is open to everyone and not kind of a private stablecoin. I've brought this up on CNBC before, but one of the people who's joining our board at Hyperlink Strategies is Hyperliquid Strategies is Eric Rosengren, the former president of the Boston Fed. And he was the one that was responsible for the white paper at the Fed on digital currencies for the Fed. And one of the things he pointed out to me is that the Fed wire was not invented by the Fed. It was invented by the private sector and then highly, highly regulated. We're going to see the same thing in stablecoins. You're going to see the Fed allowing the private sector, such as Circle, to develop the technology and then highly, highly regulate them.
Hyperliquid Strategies, this is your business, will compete with who? Coinbase?
So the way I would say it is if you look at the coins that are out there, and everyone talks about Bitcoin, of the top 10 coins and outstandings, 9 of the 10 have been around for over a decade. Hype, the coin that is on our platform here or on this investment, was really about a year ago, and it's the fastest growing. So there's 10 coins that are pretty credible here. There's clearly competition.
Let me ask you just about other coins, and people describe them as tokens. I don't know if they trade on your exchange in the future or not, but one of the things that we've been talking about just in the past couple of weeks now has been this move to quote-unquote tokenize private companies, effectively creating almost a derivative of shares in a private business, sometimes sold to people who would otherwise be considered not quote-unquote accredited investors insofar as you need to have a certain threshold of money, $1 million typically. What do you make of that phenomenon trend, and would your exchange or other exchanges start to play in that world? And there, you talked about regulation, where that should play.
Yeah, so look, the Hyperliquid exchange is built exactly for that, for people to build on it, to create things like that, whether it's equities or real estate or whatever asset class you can think of, it's meant to build on that. How the regulation is going to follow is a very good question. I think people really are still figuring that out. You know, last week, the IRS announced that they're not looking for decentralized exchanges to form 1099s, that file 1099s anymore. It's not that the IRS didn't want money. right? The IRS in the business of collecting money, they realize it's impractical to ask decentralized exchanges to do that. So again, I think people are figuring this out. And
how worried are you about sort of the prospects for manipulation when we get into these sort of universes that effectively are unregulated?
But manipulating what? Manipulating the price of different coins?
The price of the coins. They may start to effectively become different than the actual underlying price of the asset. It's unclear, by the way, whether some of these coins will really be attached to the asset, not attached to the asset.
Yeah, look, I would say the more liquidity and the more participants in any particular market, the less likely it is to have manipulation, and the harder it is to have manipulation.
I'm sorry to be dense. I still don't understand the whole deal. Like, why is Sonnet Biotherapeutics still involved with this? They're still going to be using their biotech assets and trying to utilize that. Bob, is Atlas Merchant Capital still going to be doing stuff like the regional banks that you just raised money for a few months ago?
Great question. We've been very diversified in Atlas Merchant Capital. We have a fund dedicated to regional and community banks and investing in them, and we have investors there, and absolutely we will continue that. About half of this capital raise, half of this $888 million is in our sponsor group. Every investor who's ever invested with us took a look at this and had an opportunity. So not dissimilar to our first work with Circle was around a potential de-SPAC.
So it's just like dropping everything on top of this?
We ended up doing a private round. We had all of our investors in there. So, and actually there's a position in our second fund. So we're quite diversified. This is an area that's very important to us. I can't tell you, Becky, how many things have come to David and I over the last year or two in the crypto space. The only thing we focused on was Circle until now. And we see this as an incredible opportunity. And the biggest opportunity here is giving U.S. equity investors, by putting this on NASDAQ, U.S. equity investors now get access to HYPE. In terms of Sonnet, this is very good for them. They've struggled a bit. They're a very good company. They have some great things going on in cancer cure and in therapeutics. They were, frankly, struggling. And I think this gives them a lease on life. So it's a merger or a reverse merger.
Order
it's very
filled.
beneficial
Order
for
submitted.
us in HYPE to access U.S. equity investors. And it's very, very good. I think the Sonnet Therapeutics people would tell you, which they've certainly said to David and I, David spent a lot of time with them, that this is great for
Order filled.
It's a good combination. It's an unusual structure, but it's working for both sides.
Bob and David, I want to thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
You bet.
You keep saying it's all hype. It's all hype. You want to change it?
I can't believe you left that alone.
Is that okay? We're not off
I was
yet.
going to say this on the air, but...
Order filled.
Oh, my God.
Say it anyway. Even better.
Order submitted.
Keep going.
Bob and I were on the show about 8 years ago talking about an insurance company we were going to buy. Yeah. And I told Becky that you should put 1% of your net worth in Bitcoin, and you thought I was nuts.
Yeah.
I remember that. That's making the rounds again. I know.
You know?
Yeah.
I probably have more than 1% now.
Yeah. All right. We're bumping out. Coming up, Ed Yardeni's going to join us. Big week ahead for the markets. We'll be right back.
So, what was your basis?
Prime, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to
Order
take another look at all
canceled.
the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
There's some things that work better
Order
together,
submitted.
like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put 2 and 2 together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable scans with social sentiment help you find and unlock opportunities in the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders so you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
breaking earnings news. JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grip, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
At Snack Wrap Champ Posts, if anyone asks, I am the one who brought McDonald's Snack Wraps back. You deserve a trophy. You can eat. Snack Wrap is back.
All right, June CPI data is due out tomorrow. That's the same day that big bank earnings kick off with JP Morgan, Citi, and Wells Fargo results. For more on those markets, we want to bring in Ed Yardeni. He's the president of Yardeni Research. Ed, how you feeling about things right now?
I'm feeling pretty good about bank earnings. I think loans have started to improve. There's obviously been a lot of activity in the capital markets. The equity market has had a great rally. Wall Street's pretty good at trading these rallies, so I think we're going to get surprisingly strong bank earnings, which was at the stage for a very good Q2 earnings season.
Do you think, I mean, we've seen the markets come back in a really big way, something like up 16.5%, 17% from the lows back at the beginning of April. Are the markets in a position to trade even higher if earnings come in
Order filled.
better than expected? Maybe with some I don't know what the outlooks
Order
will
submitted.
be, but if just the numbers themselves are better than expected.
Analysts have been cutting their estimates pretty significantly.
What is it, 5%
for
growth
weeks?
maybe?
It's 3.5% now on a year-over-year basis. I think it could be twice as much, maybe 7%. Same thing happened in the first quarter. I think companies have proven to be remarkably resilient on the earnings front.
Order
because the economy's been
filled.
remarkably
Order
resilient.
filled.
So, yeah, I think it's possible that
Order
better than
submitted.
expected earnings will
But
boost
first quarter, we got better than expected earnings.
Yeah.
The outlooks were very muddled, and that didn't help the street much,
Right.
just because people said, we can't predict the future. We
Yeah.
can't tell you what's going to happen this year. If we get the same thing,
Order
the results
filled.
are better than expected. But there's still a lot of uncertainty because we don't know what the final tariff situations will
Sure.
be. How does the street react?
Well, the uncertainty is in fact all about tariffs, as you said, and I think the markets have gotten used to that uncertainty. The president obviously, on a daily basis, can change his mind about what happens with tariffs, and a lot of what he's doing is viewed as negotiating tactics. I think this whole issue will more or less pass by the end of the summer. I think the administration surely recognizes that they can't really afford to take a risk of pushing the economy into recession later this year into next year when the midterms are not that far off. So I'm in agreement with the market's assessment that this too shall pass and that the tariff issue will be resolved to a large extent.
What do you expect beyond just the bank earnings that we start to get this week? Are you looking towards the tech earnings? Where else are you kind of focused on this? And what other inflation numbers or other data are you looking for?
Well, I mean, clearly the CPI up ahead here is very important. I think, we've all been surprised by how low inflation has remained despite the tariffs. But we may see that there is some signs that the tariffs are boosting inflation, or at least that inflation is not coming down anymore. So, for example, the CPI, based on the Cleveland Fed's inflation nowcasting, is anticipated to be up 3% on a year-over-year basis, which isn't terrible, but it's up from 2.8%, and it's not 2%. So I think the Fed remains on hold, partly because their inflation concerns will be somewhat validated by some of the inflation numbers up ahead here.
How How much higher can the market go if you do get these good earnings, if you do have, let's say, inflation that's not terrible?
Well,
exactly 6,500.
Yeah, well, 6,500.
Isn't that your target?
Exactly, 6,500. And
you can't hit it exactly?
I'll try.
You could change it to 6,501.
Yeah. I don't change that often, Joe. You know that.
Well, you were at 7,000. You should have stayed there, probably.
I started out at the year 7,000, but you know, I think 6,500
Order filled.
is achievable by
Order
the end,
submitted.
by the end of the year. And I think it's achievable because earnings will continue to surprise. The valuation multiple obviously is back to being stretched at basically 22 times forward earnings. The Magnificent Seven
Order
are leading
canceled.
the pack again with a very high multiple. So I think what the market is signaling is the perception that we may not get a recession after all. This has been the most widely anticipated recession of all times for the past 3 years. It didn't happen when the Fed tightened. It doesn't seem to be happening as a result of the tariff turmoil. And so if the economy is resilient, if earnings are resilient, then I think the bottom line is the valuation multiple can stay high.
Okay. Ed, thanks for coming in. Great to see you. We will be right back with a look at Bitcoin, which has surged above $120,000 this morning. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. Squawk Box will be right back.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. They respond to emails with phone calls. And they don't circle back. They're already there. They wear business sneakers and pad their keyboards with something that makes their clickety-clacking clickety-clackier. But no one loves logistics as much as they do. You need Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. They need a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
Last year, we helped small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking them up. Morning, people. Feels good to finally connect with y'all. Meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet.
Right.
Don't worry about saying it.
When you partner with CDW, something amazing happens. Cloud transforms the way you
Order
work
filled.
and learn.
Order submitted.
Security protects critical data and stays ahead of threats. AI finds new opportunities and more sustainable strategies. CDW designs and builds custom services and solutions so you get more out of your technology. Make amazing happen. CDW.
How will you shape the future of banking with confidence? Industry consolidation, crypto, the rise of fintechs, creating a complex landscape to innovate and grow. EY provides insights to navigate today's fragmented banking sector. Whether you're tackling regulatory complexities or seizing M&A opportunities, EY helps banks deliver outcomes that create strategic value.
We expect 2025 to be a breakthrough year for crypto, and the result will be a stronger foundation for the future of finance.
EY, shape the future with confidence.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
Never miss a moment.
We're running a very tight labor market right now. That means lower growth, but it also means the unemployment rate is less likely to spike up.
The substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. We're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner.
Tax cuts help grow the economy. Extra borrowing harms the economy. In the short term, we'll see a boost in growth. Unfortunately, that will not be sustained.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Bitcoin this morning hitting a new high above $123,000. Joining us right now on the move and what it means. Anthony Pompliano is here as the founder and CEO of Professional Capital Management. Good morning to you. I guess as Joe said, if you're going to get to 250,000 or 500,000, you got to cross 123 at some point. But what do you think is happening?
Order
What's driving
submitted.
right this moment?
First of all, welcome to the greatest show on Wall Street. I think that Wall Street's full undivided attention now is on Bitcoin. And really, there's three things that drove this move. The first is that there's been record inflows into the ETFs. So last Thursday, 1.2 billion, second highest day. Those ETFs now collectively have over 140 billion. BlackRock's fund is now almost $90 billion in about a year. They went from not having a Bitcoin ETF to now they have a top 20 largest ETF in the world. So there's a lot of inflows there. Second thing is the options expired at the end of Q2. And so all that downward pressure on Bitcoin obviously goes away. That helps kind of like a beach ball getting put underneath the water, right? Obviously it can pop back up. And then the third thing is that there was a lot of short sellers.
Order
You started to see
filled.
that build up, and as they got
Order
blown out,
submitted.
as Bitcoin ran, you get into this price discovery phase. And if you go back to November, we went from 70,000 to 90,000 in about 2 to 3 weeks. And 70,000 was a new all-time high. What we're watching now is we broke through that $110,000 range. That was the previous all-time high. I don't know if it goes to 140, but it sure is going to make a big move here because you are in a true price discovery phase.
And how much of this do you think at this point then gets driven by ETFs, or do you think it's really more going to be individuals buying the underlying asset?
Well, the reason why I call it the greatest show on Wall Street is everyone wants Bitcoin. Like, this is no longer a contrarian trade. This is a consensus trade now. And so you have the ETFs, you have the Bitcoin treasury companies, you have retail, you have sovereign wealth fund. Everybody wants Bitcoin.
Should we be scared of that? Meaning, you know, we were talking about just economists and analysts. We're like, you know, when the economists have a consensus view, you usually should go the other direction.
Yeah, well, the economists still don't like Bitcoin, so I think we're okay. But if you take a look at, you know, the S&P, everyone wants the S&P, right? And so what you want is you want persistent kind of price-insensitive buyers, and that's finally what Bitcoin has. And it's not just coming from retail investors, it's also coming from these institutions, and I think that'll continue to drive the
Does it
price.
matter what Congress does anymore?
I think that Bitcoin has always been a decentralized asset that really didn't care what anyone else did.
But part of the bullishness was a friendlier administration, friendlier Congress.
Oh, it definitely helps. It definitely helps.
Order
right?
canceled.
Is the bill going to pass?
Is what?
Is the bill going to pass, the one that's pending?
I think that the bill will pass, but again, the bills, most of the bills are actually not addressing Bitcoin in particular.
Right.
Stable coins, market structure, things like that.
General crypto universe, though.
Yeah, look, obviously having an administration that created the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, leaned into Bitcoin, I think is a very bullish element, but I don't think that Bitcoin was going to go down or not work if the administration wasn't positive on it.
You see Superman named his dog Crypto. I'm not kidding.
Should have named it Bitcoin.
No, it's with a K.
With a K
That's
after
right,
kryptonite.
Yeah. Why would Superman name his dog after kryptonite?
To prove that he can try.
No, maybe it's after Krypton.
Oh, yeah.
The planet.
Probably what it is, the planet,
after Krypton.
I got a
But
question.
which of the bills, like there's two bills that they're focusing on. There's one that's probably easily going to get through. The other one will require help from Democrats.
Yeah.
And where do things stand on that? That may be a heavier lift.
So what's really interesting, I interviewed Patrick McHenry a couple weeks ago, and what he said is they split this. It used to be one idea. They split it into two
Order
things. And he thought it'd
submitted.
be easier to get the stablecoin thing through first.
Right.
He actually thinks that they should put them back together now, that their support, and go ahead and get it approved. I don't know if that will happen, but I just think that there is so much momentum around this that it becomes a situation where there's more pain rather than anything if you don't support this. Like, it is very obvious. I tweeted right before I came on. Warren Buffett is sitting on 5% of the treasury market. Boomers are buying up bonds. Young people are gobbling up as much Bitcoin as possible. What do you think young people care about? They don't care what happens in the bond market nearly as much as they care about what happens in the Bitcoin market. And so I think that politicians are not stupid. They understand that the future constituency that they have cares about this sector, and they're going to lean in.
Politicians are not stupid. That's quite a statement. Can you prove that?
You pick which ones you like and which ones you don't.
Anthony, I don't know if you want to weigh in on it, but obviously we just had Bob Diamond and his colleague on 2 minutes ago. The idea of whether custody for coins should be living inside of a Coinbase style, somebody else doing it for you, effectively like a bank, if you believe that without the FDIC insurance, I should say that up front.
Yeah.
Or whether you should effectively own it yourself, put it under your mattress with some kind of protections around it if you believe that there are.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's different people in the market. Now, the hardcore Bitcoiners, right, and I fully believe in self-custody. You should have the right to, and you should learn how to actually take control of those coins, be able to move them, hold them, secure them, et cetera. And so self-custody is a key part of Bitcoin and the value proposition to the world. At the same time, we live in a real financial regulated world where there's a lot of investors and LPs that are not going to let a fund manager or a public company have, a CEO who's walking around with the private keys. And so there are going to be these qualified custodians, third parties that people use. And so it goes back to what are you optimizing for and what are the limitations placed on you? Again, a public company is very different than an individual. I think individuals should go learn about self-custody. We should also recognize that public companies are in a different situation.
Okay. Anthony, great to see you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Bet.
When we come back, we will get you ready for the trading day ahead on Wall Street. And one more reminder for you, don't miss our interview tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time with Home Depot's co-founder, Ken Langone. Squawk Box will be right back.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
As a global leader in alternatives today, PGIM is capturing the potential of tomorrow with over $320 billion in alts across public and private markets. PGIM, the pursuit of outperformance.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
Gina Costa, looking simply stunning. What's this? She's opening her Fidelity app to buy that stock with no fees or commissions. Because what does Gina got?
Gina's got the look.
That never gets old.
Talk about easier investing.
Which are America's top states for business? Get all the data and complete state-by-state analysis. See how your state measures up.
America's top states for business. Now on topstates.cnbc.com.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grip, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
On my wrist, they tripping.
And a final check on the markets before we hand it over to Squawk on the Street. Right about what we've seen all morning long. Don't forget tomorrow we have CPI, and at the end of the week, earnings season begins, as it always does, with a lot of bank earnings, and then we'll be right in the middle of it next week, and we should get some insight into exactly where we stand in this economy. Maybe not. Bitcoin, a big feature this morning. For the last 2 weeks, it's done nothing really but trade higher. Got as high as 123. We'll take a look at oil or bond market. I think 442 on the 10-year or so, and there's WTI crude just below 70. We will all be here again tomorrow. Happy National Mac and Cheese Day. Enjoy.
There you go.
Happy National Naked Day.
National Nude Day as well. I wasn't going to say that.
Wow.
Becky, Squawk on the Street.
Earlier.
Go home and get nude right now. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber has the morning off. Futures are red, but off the lows as the street wrestles with a new threat of 30% tariffs on EU and Mexico imports.
Big week of inflation data and bank earnings with the long bond near 5% once again today. Our roadmap begins with the president announcing those tariffs beginning next month and threatens to raise them further if those countries retaliate. Big test for the rally as earnings season kicks off essentially tomorrow with the banks. And then Bitcoin, new record highs
Order canceled.
as crypto week begins on Capitol Hill. Let's begin
Order
with this new
filled.
week for the markets as they
Order
digest the
submitted.
president's latest tariff threats. Got some sound from Hassett on that a few moments ago.
Right. Let's listen to that because I think that there's a confusion about whether is this on top of things, particularly with Mexico. I don't know whether he explains it. I don't think he really elucidated it that much. What worries me is that, like, a lot of these countries, like Mexico, buys a lot from us. Europe, not so much. Well, we have a big trade, obviously, $1 trillion in trade there. But what happens if you build a plant in Mexico? You build a Mercedes plant or a BMW plant. Two have been built near me in Mexico, and they were, we thought, covered. Are they no longer covered?
You mean under compliance with Europe?
Yes. And that's what I want to know because some of these plants were activated after USMCA, and we all thought that they were covered. And we don't have any clarity about what's covered and what's not.
Right. You're kind of alluding to, I don't know, maybe the page one of the Times today, which talks about our trade policy losing any semblance of organization or structure.
Exactly.
That's how they put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you got to go to someone who's like, you got to FedEx and say, what is it? What are the instructions? If it's coming, if it was made, there's an Allison transmission, really huge plant for GM near me in Mexico, and they, you send your truck down, gets the Allison, goes back, totally covered. USMCA, I mean,
Order
brilliant,
filled.
brilliant deal. Mary Barr's got it. It's great.
Order
Somehow
submitted.
are they unwinding that? I mean, what happens? I mean, look, I'm told, like, we report, just a little example, we import mezcal, okay? It's like kind of the lifeblood of my wife's company.
Yes.
And we got the exemption. We got to say, listen, you were covered.
That's good.
Right. But we started the company in a certain year that would be, covered, USMCA. Are we now suddenly taxed? I mean, and by the way, you're down there, and here's the answer. And then you go to the American side.
Right.
So, I think someone may think there's clarity in Washington. There's no clarity where it counts.
Where the rubber meets the road, so to speak.
No clarity
But you have pointed, Jim, in recent days to shares of Ford as a proxy for how this is going to benefit American market share.
That's the plan. I mean, the plan is to make it so that not only is China blocked, but everybody's kind of effectively blocked, that you just will not want to buy a like for like from the foreigners. But it's almost as if, in return, we have to start paying the piper with Mexico, and you got to bring that back. But there's been no provisions to say you have to bring it back. So if you're, Farley's worried mostly. I saw this tape of Jim, but Jim's worried mostly about warranties. But I think that Jim feels, well, wait a second, we don't sell a lot of cars. They don't buy a lot of our stuff. So, hey, listen, we're giving you the Heisman. At the same time, how much, he fortunately makes most of his product in America. So he should be okay.
Right.
Mary Bar, no. GM makes a huge amount in Mexico, a huge amount in Canada.
Right.
So they're very different. And yet, what stock's been going up? Well, GM. So it's like, again, no clarity. And Wall Street has no clarity. I got to tell you, because people are buying stuff and they think that there's something they know, and they don't. In Europe, it's really hard. Because is it services? Is it goods? We have a great services, we have a terrific services surplus. When it comes to goods, I don't think people realize, but they don't buy a lot of stuff from us.
Right. But your point about people are buying the market, and the bar for Q2 earnings is fairly low, 4%,
Absolutely.
Right?
And I think that what's happened is that there are people who pretend to have clarity and are buying stocks because they think they have clarity, but there's no clarity with boots on the ground. There's none. And we all want clarity. We're not getting it. And I think that one of the reasons why that might be is that gives the president the ability to negotiate. If someone comes in and says, listen, guys, we need a break. If Claudia Sheinbaum comes in and says, look, we need a break on all these VWs we make in Puebla, biggest plant in the world. Well, I mean, there's the ability to make a deal, but there's, as we learned from old days, there's it takes a year and a half to make a deal, and everyone's got to make a deal by August 1. So
right,
no one can do that.
There's the India team is in the U.S. Bessent's going to Japan.
That's good because Japan and Korea are real.
Yes.
Japan and Korea are about to get hit with like who the hell knows, because the president really thinks enough. And yet he's saving them for last. I mean, we're going to come in here and we're going to see 30 to 40 on those guys, I think. On
Japan tariffs?
Yeah, 30 to 40, because their real belief is that they've had the run of the joint, and that the plants that they have here, this is really important for people to understand, the plants they have here are regarded as being ghost plants, basically. They send the cheap stuff is made here, and all the brains of a car is sent here. So they don't regard those plants as being plants that matter.
I get it. How much of these concerns, then, the lack of clarity, is market negative for stocks?
Somehow people believe that this is all going to be resolved well. And that I think the reason they think that is because they're looking at how little business we do in these countries and saying, you know what, maybe Trump's right. I tried to make this point on Friday at the club meeting that I think that Trump has a better view of what's really going on in the world and trade imbalances than the media or Wall Street. Because when you talk with the Trump people, they always say, they don't buy any of us anyway. They don't buy any of us anyway. And the worst are Japan and Korea. And so I think that they should make a deal. Like, you know, South Korea should make a deal right now. Right. Because they are about to get hit with the ugly stick.
That said, Hassett did struggle over the weekend answering questions about what authority the president has to tariff Brazil based on a judicial handling of a case regarding Bolsonaro.
Well, one of the things that I think people, again, are not understanding, like when he talks about Powell, the actual law is subject to interpretation. Now, we all just think, well, the interpretation is open and shut. But the president doesn't think like that. The president is it's open interpretation. Now, does someone think that this is like the Justice Department under, like, Nixon, where they were independent and they decided to put a stop to Nixon? It's not like that. The Justice Department is run to some degree by the president. And by the way, I say that not because I'm a rogue. I'm just saying that's kind of like the way it's been. So what? Is Pam Biondi going to wake up, Attorney General Biondi, and say, you know what? I question the Brazilian deal.
That's not going to happen.
If you think that, then you should definitely short the market. Right. That's just, but I don't think that she's going to do that. Right. I don't think that the Justice Department is as independent as... It's a little more like, yeah, the president could say, hey, Kramer, it's a little more like Bobby Kennedy and JFK. And I would say, yeah, absolutely. They're like, that was like a terrible thing. Yes. I happen to like Bobby Kennedy. I thought he was terrific. I campaigned for him. That I'm old enough to do that, say it's like I campaigned for Truman. But I do think that people should recognize it's not the first time the Justice Department's been very close to the president. And I think the president would say, why doesn't everyone recognize that the Democrats had it and no one criticized Bobby? They did.
Yeah, a different ball of wax, completely.
Yeah, so, I mean,
that's not a fair analog.
Right. I mean, one of the things I said, the biggest risk I said at my club meeting was that we have two Federal Reserve chiefs. Right now, we pick a Fed chief, and the president says, okay, this is the real Fed chief. And then he picks a whole new group of people, and he says, this is the new Federal Reserve. And so we have two Federal Reserves. Now, what's going to happen? Is Pam Biondi going to crack down? Chief Roberts can't say anything until it gets in front of him. Who is going to... Chuck Schumer? Oh, he's a he's a Democrat picking a Republican. We don't have that kind of government right now in the country. People voted for Trump. Trump has that landslide win, as you would say. And if he wants to appoint a new Fed, who stops him? The media? You think Fox would be for that?
Ostensibly, it would be the reaction from the market, whatever that reaction is.
Right, and I think that I actually think that it would be negative.
Well, Deutsche over the weekend says, hey, they say the ouster of Powell is underpriced.
Right.
And that it would probably create a 3 to 4% drop in a trade-weighted dollar.
I totally agree with that. That's my biggest worry, is the second Fed, the Fed that has more authority than the first Fed. And, the idea that could happen in our country, I don't think people realize that's probably on the agenda.
Order filled.
Why not?
Order
Again,
submitted.
It has to do with who's going to stop the president. Who? I mean, they're trying to get Fed Chief Powell, and the way the office is decorated. I guess what they wanted to do, go to Wayfair?
Well, now we have a report out of Axios this morning that Powell has asked the Fed's IG to look into this headquarter renovation.
Good. There's someone who understands the way the game is played. Because if the IG looks at it, I think the IG is going to say, listen, half of the stuff's IKEA.
there's also the additional layer of whether or not the next Fed chief, whoever it is hobbled by doubts that they have any independence.
Well, I think this whole idea of independence is overrated when it comes to the president. You know, if you go read like Timothy Snyder, when he talks about concept of tyranny, he said, listen, you have one branch and it's in control of everything, basically. I mean, because the Supreme Court's very weak, doesn't have an army. The Justice Department, I think, is effectively run by the president. And when I say these things, it's not, look, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. This is the setup, but nobody talks about it. So it's very strange. Nobody talks about it. We all act like it's as, you know, that we're in I don't know, a Biden administration or something. We're not. And I think there are a lot of people in the country who say, thank heavens we're not. Thank heavens justice is run by the president. Thank heavens that Jay Powell understands that there's no independence.
You think part of the country applauds a less independent DOJ and a less independent Federal Reserve?
Hundo P, as my kids would say. Yeah.
What's that mean?
100%.
100%.
Yeah. Dad, yeah. 100%. Yes, I'm not making a judgment on it because that's not for me to judge. I think the notion of independence when it comes to President Trump is not as important to him as getting control of the deep state, and getting those people out, and making sure that we have our Fed chairman, because this Fed chairman could wreck the economy. We need that Fed chairman to cut because we're going to hurt things with the tariffs.
Order submitted.
Now, these are all things that are not, I'm saying everything's on the table. Like, if the president were here, I think he would say, well, that could, yeah.
Right. Big implications for the next time there's a Democratic president.
Implications for the Constitution.
Right.
But, and I'm not saying the Constitution is being overlooked here. I'm saying who can stop the president if he wants to do a second Fed chief? Tell me who can stop him. I can't think of who can do it. Wall Street, 4% decline. What he would say is, hey, you're still money good.
Right. Long rates, mortgage rates.
Yeah.
No.
The 10-year, I don't know. The 10-year goes to 5.25, and we sell the market. Now, what I'm saying is, this is the stuff I was talking about at the club. Like, none of this is heresy in the New World. It's just not heresy. I think it's reality, and I think that no one talks about it because they don't even think it's possible. I think it's in play.
It's been very much a boiling the frog kind of dynamic.
Yes.
You talked a lot. I want to play a bit of the sound from your club meeting on Friday where you tried to explain what's behind the enthusiasm post-Liberation Day. Take a listen to this.
At the heart of the individual bullishness that has smashed so much orthodoxy by individuals is this brings bounce back from Liberation Day and Armageddon Week, which was nothing short of miraculous. And I think people are misjudging as being one of the great comebacks I have ever seen on the backs of individuals, not on institutions, who sold into the comeback. Why did the bounce back rally occur? One reason is that the president got quiet. He let Treasury Secretary Bessent do the talking, and I've got to tell you, he is smooth. He is unemotional. He's a nice guy. He's got no hubris. Bessent played a key role in making it so that we got a bottom and started going back up. And if you notice, the president was not that vocal, and my old friend Peter Navarro from college was not to be seen at all. And he's a firebrand. But a bigger reason may be the prospective deflation the market smells. And that is caused by artificial intelligence.
It's a good speech, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you. I think people who heard it, I mean, I was accosted by someone this weekend.
Order filled.
And he just was going, he was hitting me, he's going, Trump, Trump, Trump. And, you know, like, I was with my wife, says, does he like Trump? Do you like Trump? What's he doing? Who likes Trump? And I'm like saying to one of my buddies, I said, look, I'm being hit by guys like saying me Trump. Does he want Trump? And the answer is that individuals want Trump, is what I say. Because I was looking at that data from Bank of America.
You mean as a trading cohort?
They want to invest because of Trump. And the institutions want out because of Trump, because the institutions are worried about the same things that the individuals are cheering, which is that there's a reconstitution of government with a strong man president.
Order
and they like that because they like his views. And the institutions are thinking, oh my God, what, like, promote the general welfare, the common defense. I mean, the preamble, like Gettysburg Address. I mean, they're like thinking, they should start reading Andrew Jackson. I'm trying to get through the McKinley book. That's a hard read. The Karl Rove book. But McKinley was much less radical than the president. Andrew Jackson, no, he was very radical.
Right.
Because Andrew Jackson was looking for what was the army that the Supreme Court had.
But your point, though, they weren't feeling that way on April 15th.
No, but Wall Street's out. I mean, the institution, Wall Street maybe has no idea what it's doing. I think that the institutions are leaving the building, but the individuals love this. Now, there is a cohort in the individuals who like them, there's a big cohort of wealthy people, but they're not backing down. They think that this is great. How else could the market be? How that bounce back is never talked about. That
well,
was
you
on
said
the
it at the
backs of
end. You said it at the end, the AI productivity tailwind.
It's so amazing what's going on. The deflationary aspect versus what the president's doing, the deflation is going to win. We don't talk about that either. That's very positive.
Yeah, we'll see if that gets reflected in the inflation data that we're going to get beginning tomorrow. Take a look at the pre-market. We'll talk about the data that's on deck, retail sales as well, some of the bank earnings that are coming, got some M&A news with futures south of the flat line. Stay with us.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
I can't wait to see their faces when we come out.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
This is Mia. She dreams of taking her boutique swimwear brand nationwide. With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia has U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, giving her access to funds typically in 24 hours. Because we love watching her make a splash. That's the power of Mia. And this is the power of us.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus, where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Do we need that?
Well, this year's a paint and primer.
It just says ain't.
You bought ain't.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
Like a lot more.
Oh.
I thought you said you researched this.
Aren't all paints the same?
No,
Order submitted.
they're not. Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Futures are red overall. Take a look at some laggards on the NDX this morning. Micron's going to lead you. Got another downgrade of CrowdStrike. Lam Research, Global Foundries as well. We'll talk about some of the sell side's research that's rolling in on this Monday morning. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash, countdown to the opening bell after the short break.
You okay, Natty?
I'm making good money, but not building any wealth.
You need to call a financial professional.
I will.
Good morning, guys.
Order bill.
So I've been shorting a lot at 905, just taking like a couple points in. market looks towards overbought soon, so let's see what happened at open. I think we're gonna pump it and dump later. Oh shit, Trump's on today. Thanks.
Of building materials. Today, Emirates becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced granite solutions from foundation to rooftop.
What are you doing up there?
I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Order canceled.
Another 14,000.
What?
Gotta go back up. Oh, 17,891.
I think it's 12 Eastern, so yeah.
Any reason why you didn't just go with over 100 million or even a billion visits a year?
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled. That they're taking care of. I kept putting it on. Finally, answer best online health insurance. And Ethos came on. I was able to get a rate.
Order submitted.
It's a relief, to be honest.
What up?
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Order
We just
submitted.
signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms
Hey.
with all the locations.
No
She has
mic?
great products. Order their art. Boxes sent to all the
They gotta
shops.
clock in soon?
Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Mm. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah.
You all rock stars. Sorry. So
Order
filled.
filled.
No, you just get off because you gotta go to work.
We can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry.
Order
Bye.
submitted.
Yeah. Doodles. A lot of my shit went short now. I'm at 909, 907, and 903. Go.
Time for Kramer's Mad Dash. We count down to the opening bell. Not one but two firms push Boeing very, very hard today.
Order filled.
The tragedy of Air India, where it looks like that
Up, Gambit.
it was not the 787 the Dreamliner's fault. That's really important.
Get some money.
That was really the last obstacle before Boeing really starts going.
Everything is close to overbought. Yeah, I've been trading all morning.
Order filled. The Boeing is deliveries. How many planes they can deliver? And Kelly Ortberg's got
Order
them
submitted.
at a level of rigor that they will be able to deliver everything that they're allowed to deliver as it steps up.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna pump for open.
They did the deal here. They're not cash flow. They have no cash flow problems.
What's the gap at?
Absolutely run by a real industrial guy, Ortberg, a real
Damn.
nonsense guy.
Holy crap! I'm sure I have I got two MNQ on my Pro. I'm down $50 now at 907.
It's always quick. He just needed to see it. Yeah, you Bernstein, you point out, goes to 282. It's a big deal. Did you give Calhoun any credit for
What do you mean? On what firm?
It's done by Ortberg with that really gutsy deal where
Oh, it's 2,000. 2,000. So after 2,000, you can cash out. Yeah, it's not bad.
this is all. It's all.
Yeah.
But Ortberg came in and just said, okay, here's the deal. We're gonna build planes. I'm gonna be here every day. Our planes are gonna be the best.
I don't oversize. That wouldn't matter.
Back to the days, and I remember telling him, are you gonna be the B-29s? And yeah, we're back, okay?
Yeah.
We go to the World War II Museum. Giant ode to Boeing. That place was a lot of it.
Damn, that pump is brutal.
Donation for Boeing. But I just think that this is such a great marketing company. This is the kind of thing that Trump.
Hopefully, a dump at open.
Say, this is what we're doing right. This is what we're good at, and that would be really the way to launch. Huge.
Market doesn't care for the tariffs, huh? Wow. They say it's on later. So should I short? I should short now. Hopefully dip at open.
Order submitted.
You can catch us anytime.
anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Order
Yeah,
submitted.
what?
Ideas for bad money everywhere. I look at everything. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show.
Yeah, I went up like all-time high again. Man, I was long. I was long last night on NQ. Should have kept it long. Keep going up.
The referee, the storyteller, and as you begin to plan your kids' education, the decision maker. Fortunately, that decision is easy with Abeka, because our curriculum is built to set your kids up for success in life, so you can sleep well tonight. Which is
Yeah,
good,
pop
because in
up
the morning you'll have to
and
wear
then
yet
fade
another
back.
hat. The chauffeur. Learning for life begins with the right homeschool education. Learn more at AbekaHomeschool.com.
Listen, we're the only people who can offer sofas of this quality for these
Order
prices.
submitted.
That's because we build them at our own factory
Yep.
right here in
Order
Texas.
filled.
You can even choose your fabric for free. Like this sofa for just $7.98.
Order submitted.
Or this sofa for just $8.75.
1 minute.
Or this sectional for just $19.97. Plus,
Order
enjoy
filled.
48 months, no interest financing. HomeZone, we're different.
Order submitted.
Let me check that thing. 3 minutes. 15 minutes still got more upside. Gets a little bit, but it's near overbought. Maybe we'll hit 23,000 again and drop.
Order submitted.
Ooh, now $100 on the pro. Okay.
Order filled.
Order filled. Pre-order now at Samsung.com.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes, and NQ just rock it up. Mm-hmm. NQ's almost green. Tariff didn't do shit. Well, that tariff on the weekend had a dump wide open. But American just bought it up. They didn't care.
Welcome back. Got a new milestone for Bitcoin today, briefly surpassing $123,000 for the first time ever. This comes as Capitol Hill lawmakers are set to begin a week at
Have you traded yet or no?
Jim, on a series of crypto-related bills, they're calling it Crypto Week.
Yeah, well, look, I think there are a lot of people who are thinking of doing something. You had Tom Lee on recently, and David Faber.
Oh, I still trade. I didn't care.
And there are a lot of people who are pushing other people who have name brands and saying, "Look, we want to get
Yeah.
into this. We can go borrow money
Oh
and buy
shit.
Bitcoin."
I averaged down now.
Yeah, Ethereum was a rocket ship.
Order submitted.
Come on, NQ. No more.
There's a whole other world out there right now.
Crazy. Crazy pump.
He criticized. I mean, I wish. I don't know. You know how there are these sites. The site that talks about what events are going to occur. I'd like to go. I'd like
I feel
to.
like I keep bag holding every time I open.
Maybe that's in the conference call. But that would be a true 180.
At least I got one pro that's up 20-something dollars. Holy crap.
Target filled.
Woohoo! That down help a little bit. They dip enough for me to take profit on some of them.
Order submitted. Order filled. Target filled.
Wow.
You see people buying them and buying them and buying them, like Robin and buying it.
Order
buying
submitted.
it. And then you come in and they control the opening. And people have to recognize these stocks are controlled.
Well, no, 15 minutes still got room for upside. And 3 minutes curving back up again.
But the new SEC is probably saying, hey,
Order filled.
At the big board this morning, it is H&R Block, 70 years. At the NASDAQ, it's ADMA Biologics, focused on treating immune deficiencies.
I went 2 NQ on my TPT eval. I might blow that one and the 50K eval. Wow.
The biologics are central to what Waters does. I think
Yeah. I didn't think it's going to pump this much.
I don't understand it, but I think I would not bet against Waters right here because the company is a very smart company.
It has been
Target filled.
There we go.
Increasingly frequent M&A headlines. You had the Journal on KHC on Friday.
Yeah, what are they going to do there? What's it, National Mac and Cheese Day? So, macandcheese.com, and what's he got there?
Yes.
I mean, I love the guy. The guy who runs it, he's a good guy. But, you know,
Keep dropping, baby.
Order submitted.
It's like there's story brands, but when you talk about story, like my kids say that, you know, that there isn't such a thing as they don't make Oscar Mayer anymore. No, it's still not that.
Order submitted.
And then Faber mentioned Ken View last week.
Yeah.
The CEO departure now, adding to that layer.
Yeah, I think departure's a very genteel word for what happened there.
Yes.
I think it was a here's your hat, what's your hurry, don't let the door slam you on the way out.
Come on, give me 905. I'll be happy.
The 8K comes out. They don't like to say that stuff, but man, this guy, I liked him. He's a really nice guy. Mr. Mongity, he moved the whole company to Summit. It's really good for Summit.
There we go.
Not as good for him. T-Bow Mongity was a unique figure in America at this period. He kind, straightforward, nice, and he's fired. That's not what we're looking for. Like, we have a company that has these brands, and they're
Let me see.
-4 organic, but the
No,
brands.
still got some room.
These are brands that people will kill for. These are the, Neutrogena. I mean,
A lot of headlines about how they need a Band-Aid.
right? They do. I mean,
Order submitted.
-4. You can't be -4 with those brands and keep your job. I just was kind of aghast that they were
Came back
-4.
up.
I mean, these are story brands people love. Unless, you know, you go on Prime Day, Andy Jassy, thank you. I was buying things for, like, you know, running circles around CVS, and there was no, by the way, no locking key, and the stuff was in my house later in the day, which is faster than I can get it when I try to get that person.
That's why this downgrade of Procter over at Evercore is so interesting, because Amazon is a huge part of their, and they don't have the leverage the way they do against people with shelves.
People like, I mean, it drove me crazy this week when they were saying Amazon, the Prime, the holiday's not so good. Everyone knew that the last day would be the best. Everyone knew that there's no leverage with anyone who's on that site. You were giving up territory when you were in that site. It's just your loss. I mean, I bought like all the Diet Coke in the world. I mean, but I
Come on, baby. Couple more points. Get me out of here.
Nike to come around. They knew this.
Nike abandons the Foot Locker channel and goes all online, and people are paying $250.
Some of it.
No. I mean, I told Andy about the wingtips I bought, but I told him they're 9.5
Order
I knew I
submitted.
wouldn't have to go take
So?
stuff to the Whole Foods. Go to the Whole Foods. People are taking back stuff they bought 5 years ago.
There are, I mean, speaking of the consumer, there's another downgrade today, Jim, of a firm over at BTIG.
Yeah,
they are worried about the consumer, or at least consumer
Yes,
trends.
the gross market volume, but there's not enough. I think that that guy will pull it.
Got out some short, so that's good. On my TPP, I'm still bag holding big time.
Dr. Batra, he's
Yeah, pro, then my Eva almost blew.
I didn't get enough of the conference call because I'm up here, but he's not that dumb. How about that? He's not that dumb.
Did you make a lot of tactical calls on Friday?
No.
Any you want to share, or no?
Order
I
canceled.
did say that I felt
Order
that the
submitted.
industrials are so good going into earnings season. You're just getting, and you know, it's like, geez, every day.
Oh yeah, there we go. Needed that.
And that cat goes down for the moment, but that won't last long. These stocks are incredible.
Look at the XLI setting some all-time highs recently. We'll get 3M on Friday.
I think 3M is going to be remarkable for that. point. You know what? We never mentioned him. This is another guy I really like. I mean, people.
Order canceled.
Brown. I mean, these guys are. There was this book by Jack Tatum. But they call me assassin.
Order submitted.
He may be that in writing some of it. And this time, he is so no nonsense. But you know, people forget Mike Bowman did clear up a lot of forever chemicals. Let's give him that. PFAS, by the way, forever chemicals is something that Waters analyzes very well. It's a monopoly they have. But
Order
3M, I think it's really
Order submitted.
It's like the old 3M. It's pure joy. Right. Just pure joy to watch them do their stuff.
Yeah, this is a different story.
Order canceled.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Crazy.
all of the M&A we mentioned,
$30 more I can apply for payout on Apex.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
600. But if I get 3 more payouts, I can do uncapped. So take the whole 7,000 out.
It's a little too high. Well, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna be able to upgrade it at 673? What do you do if you get off of Goldman?
Yeah,
right
I think it was strong again.
The first of many quarters, and Solomon is not a, he doesn't pump a
I
ship.
should average
But
down
he's
on
gonna
this
lay out
one.
a vision that shows you that Goldman has a
I
longer vision.
average down one more on the pro at 80.
They think they're gonna get
Order submitted.
the moment it reports. It doesn't work like that. They should look at what's happened. The analysts are being left behind. The institutions are being left behind. The individuals want to own Goldman Sachs. They think it's a storied company. They think it's too cheap. The individuals are buying.
Right, interesting. Morgan Stanley does downgrade the crowd, but they raised the price target 5
I
bucks.
felt bad. Look, I happen to like this fellow pick. I think he's real good. But they want to downgrade CrowdStrike because CrowdStrike has a history of going down the day it reports, and then it comes back. Now, David right now will make fun of me. He said, you like George Kurtz because you won Le Mans.
Yeah, bot's not going to short anytime soon, but we are over. Over bot now.
People sponsor cars.
I am $4 away. Let's go. Payout, baby.
Order submitted.
$4 away. I got this.
Order canceled.
Yeah.
Order
Just need
submitted.
to go up more so I can be short.
He's great. He's very. He has these jackets. Other than Dan in terms of being challenged by jackets, I question George's attire. But other than that, it's the only thing I question.
Damn it. I need to go up more so I can just short. I don't want to FOMO in just for $4. Usually it'll fuck me when I do that.
The depths of their troubles, right, regarding that outage.
I said that George Kurtz had to visit every single client.
Yeah, it's making me itch.
Kind of went by the game plan. I mean, when he told me that morning, he woke me up. I said, I had the day off. He said, well, I don't care. You're going to get up and you're going to interview me. I like that. I like it. So, like my wife said, no, he's your boss now. I said, no, it's kind of we'll call this an exclusive in the news business. But I think that he has had a history of having the stock go down. And people want the flexibility to be able to upgrade the moment it goes down. And I hope that they're lucky to do that. Now, there is a cutback in how much the federal government is doing for cyber. It's 10%.
Damn it, I should have shorted.
Which I think some people are interpreting as
Order
being look
canceled.
out. That's the beginning of the end.
Order
but I think
submitted.
I would tell you that the bad guys are so powerful right now that you have to have us. And I think that he's going to make he made a lot of deals to keep people, and as they roll over.
Yeah, I just need $4. I just wanted to FOMO in and be short right now. Alright, I'm short again. Fuck it.
Order submitted.
Last week or two.
Order filled.
$1 shot. Come on. Oh, too early.
The best quarter of the group. Jay Chaudhry's a remarkable CEO. But that group is
Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted.
I get out of this one. There we go. I may pay out. Finally.
What explains the weakness in chips today overall? Do you think they're among the biggest laggards on at least certainly the NDX?
I know that I just saw that Sanjay saw Asian Mount Micro, but I think that Ken Wong, in his remarkable appearance, GPS.
Okay, let me pick another country trade.
Made a very compelling case that we need to have, just like the dollar is the currency of the world, he wants his ships to be the currency of the world. I think that the White House still feels that they haven't been able to close the back door to China of really high-end NVIDIA chips like they felt with DeepSeek.
Order submitted.
And I think that there are people within the White House who just say, I don't really care. what Jensen says. We're not playing ball with the Chinese. Now, that's where I think they are right now.
Certainly, Jensen's been making the rounds. He was on MSNBC last week.
Oh.
And as Jim said, with Fareed Zakaria.
Oh wow, it's dropping. Here we go. Come on. Get me out of here, baby.
Because the Chinese military, no different than the American military, will not.
Yeah, that pump is fake as hell, just like last week.
It could be, of course, limited at any time.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. No, I don't want to buy the dip because it might be overbought.
If you just think about the amount
Order filled.
Oh yeah, got out.
built by amazing Chinese engineers that are
Well,
already
one of my evals saved, so
they don't need NVIDIA's chips, certainly, or American tech stacks, in order to build their military.
I need to get this pro out of here.
Interested in this debate between
Orders
various elements of
canceled.
the AI community about whether or not jobs benefit or lose.
Orders
I mean,
submitted.
look, there's a considerable cohort.
Go, baby, dump this Ponzi.
Smart guy. I mean, I know that the Jensen they're basically saying, listen, there are going to be a lot of white collar jobs lost, and I think that there will be, but I also think there'll be a lot that will be made. I'm with Jensen on that. I'm with Jensen on that we should own the common currency of his stack. Now, let's even say the chips. Even there was a little bit of what we would call some sort of a Chiron.
Oh yeah, I'm out. I'm out on everything.
I think Jensen's right.
Almost blew that TPT eval.
This is reflecting, I think,
Wow.
what the administration may be saying is,
I'm flat. I ain't touching no more. I make payouts too.
see you later. They're not saying represent the United States as much as I thought they would. They get it in their heads that be more open-minded. And Jensen made a very compelling case that you want everything built on us, and the military doesn't want us
Oh
necessarily.
wow, look at that drop.
So
Woo!
it's not nearly
Oh
as
yeah.
as the White House thinks, but
I'm 200 away from passing the Phidias static. That is nice drop. Knew that shit was fake.
just not satisfied. And I don't know how to get them satisfied. I think they just think, listen, it came from Singapore, it could happen again.
Yeah, I mean the oscillator was telling me it's overbought. Look at that dump. Hell yeah.
And then they won't do the back. They'll have what they need.
I took profit too early.
Look, Jensen
That
was
chip
gonna
is
make
making some
and
money
he
on
says,
his
"Look,
pro.
I expect businesses to be done." It's miraculous for him. I just think that there are just a lot of people.
Oversold, no. Oversold is not even near it. It's starting to drop, so we can dip way under. Yeah. I wanted to pump again, I'll reshort, but we can't lose 800. That's... Oh no, man.
Take someone and say, listen, that guy, go get him. And what you just signed with this, go get him. I mean, I think that it's dawning on these people that it's better to buy the people than it is to buy the companies.
We're going to get some important inflation data beginning tomorrow, Jim, with CPI. It's the first one. There's a general thought that in order to pave the way for rate cuts, you are going to need a tame CPI, maybe a negative PPI, and then some soft retail sales too.
Well, look, I think that you're going to look at an aggregate kind of CPI where the tin cans went up big and they have 7% inflation, and they're a good barometer of what the inflation could be. Against that, I think that Jay Powell has to recognize what the debate on Axios.
I gotta wait for a pump.
and
Can't
how
do anything
quickly
now.
The white collar jobs are going to go away, and how the labor.
Yeah, I wish I held that pro. I would be up $100.
Forget the robots is so nasty, and wages are going to come down so much that you
Yeah.
should really be factoring that in and be thinking about that. I'm talking about 2 years from now.
You know, our friend Dan Parker over at Trivaria.
Sure.
Over the weekend, S&P.
Yeah, my focus was that Apex. I'm done with Apex now. I'm gonna work on Tradify. I need like 4 more hundred on Tradify. I can't play this range, it's too low. I don't want to short yet. I'm waiting on the bot then. Bot will not. It might short later, but not yet.
Law firms, accounting firms, because one of the things that Jensen was talking about, I'm talking about Jensen, CEO of NVIDIA, is the power of the new chips and the stack allows them to reason. And that's what's been lacking. When we can prompt things and say, okay, listen, tell me about the Waters deal, and Perplexity had the Waters deal within 5 minutes of the Waters deal, which is really extraordinary. But what we don't have is the ability to say, tell me how that deal is, good deal or bad deal. But with the new chips, they'll give you an opinion.
You think a lot of people went long on that pump and got caught?
Exactly. And I think that people don't
Yeah.
realize that means you don't need a third year associate.
Yeah, that was a nasty dump.
You don't need that person to write a memo. The memo is available in Complexity. It's available.
See, I told you not to go long.
What they do is they're doing these memos which say, look, here's scenarios. There's
Yeah.
scenarios that will be done on rock. Gemini even are going to.
If it pump over 900 again, I might be short, but for now, I'm just gonna wait.
It knows all the documents, it knows all the cases, all the stuff that you need to spend in a lot. You don't need those people. So maybe you get like, instead of like 50, 30-year associates, maybe you have like 10.
Yeah, if 803, I'm not long with you. Just scalp some long.
Wages against tariffs. I mean, that's like a David and Goliath, right?
Yeah, but remember, the White House is very fond of saying offline the things that they always, it's the same line over it. They don't buy anything from us. This is like
Yeah.
the new one, because they
Well, I
don't
wasn't
buy
worried.
anything from
I was
us.
just,
And when you look
I
at
kind of
it,
oversized on a
it's
50K
not a lot of
because
things from us.
I was 200 blown from the eval.
They buy
Yeah, I went 2 NQ. I shouldn't do that.
Over the weekend, not necessarily favoring a merger of X.
Yeah, but it went up way too much.
India store for Tesla is going to open. I think
200K, I mean, 2,000 DD is not a lot. With 2 NQ, it goes up like 50 points. You're toast.
you split the company up. Just go autonomous.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that.
Subsidiary or something.
Like a Nuco that's.
Yeah, it worked out this time though. Got lucky.
There isn't anyone behind the scenes who doesn't think that he will own the robot market. The robot market is, I think, part of the
Nah,
biggest market.
it's up to you. I'm just waiting to short.
People should be thinking about 2029, 30. Think about Andy Jackson said in my interview.
How you doing today? You making money?
Think about that.
Nice. Get that payout. Oh, look at that pump.
David would say, Jim, makes the bed, cleans the dishes, and like I don't think you.
Nice. I'm set for a payout on Apex tonight. Yeah. Apex, TPT, and then I'm working on Tradeify now. Get my payout.
Okay, there's a wedding this weekend. Well, I think the cleanup would all be done by robots because everyone's having a really good time. But let the robot do that. And you always feel bad. Hey, when do you put the robot in?
I want to be short so bad because I know it's gonna dip. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, let me short 1 and Q.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Is the market for Roombas?
Market is wild.
These things look just like us. They can talk just like us. And they're very
Order canceled.
There we go.
Order submitted.
I gotta work on this 150 TPT.
They would not do that. They're very
unless they're programmed.
Order filled. Order canceled.
By the way, you can program it any way you want. Yes. I mean, you can program it to be like president.
Order filled. Order submitted.
No. Yeah, wait till August 1. Who's going to stop August 1? I'll clean those dishes.
As we go to break, watch bonds today as the Dow goes into the green.
Oh, yeah. Holy crap.
We keep talking about the retail cohort keeping the equities alive for the time being. 10-year, once again.
Yeah, keep going. I'll be short.
Down across the curve. Stay with us.
Yeah, all green. Everything's green. He hasn't touched anything yet.
The bond report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Order filled.
At Corient, management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals at their level. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are.
Hey, keep pumping. I'll keep shorting.
For Corient.
Do you want to invest $1,000 right now?
Order filled.
Forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles,
Two
cryptocurrencies,
trade
and
if I
robotics.
should.
Order canceled.
Little known technology. It's projected to become roughly
Order
10
submitted.
times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting
Order
human
filled.
discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution,
Like 200 from passing the trade was a day trader account.
tipping point. So you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney.
Yeah, I've been trading that for a while. I did the cheap one at 25K, so I need 1,500 to pass. I've been doing it for a week.
I don't come from money.
Yeah, let me trade some of this.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Pro, make some more money. Let's go.
Explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution.
Order filled.
Free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card.
That's a lot of movement.
Just go to the website on the screen now.
Yeah, that long would have been great. Oh well, I'm stuck in the short. There we go.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, where to
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis.
Stop that pondering. There we go.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Order submitted.
Jim, did you see Superman over the weekend? No, I didn't. I did get early word from almost everybody I know of the 50s and 60-year-old that they wanted to see it. I thought that was just great for Zach. I loved it. 217 million is one of only 3 films this year that have.
Oh, 9:30. I ought to catch some profit. I'm doing good.
Order submitted.
It's going to be Warner from. You know, he's got this great movie thing, and he really wants to separate that. This is the kind of thing that.
There we go, baby. Drop that shit.
About how important DC is and will be.
Order filled.
Sass really has it going there. Everyone believes and they're all wrong. Go vote with Sass.
Order submitted.
Dump it, baby. Get some payouts.
This week, Dave.
I want that Tradify payout so bad. Oh. I'm gonna quit trading when I get the Tradify payout.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market outlook plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Leo, he's there when we wake up, he's there when we leave, he's there whenever we come back.
Come on, keep dropping, baby.
He's just there always.
Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, his quality of life has been forever changed. He prefers
Let me see. Shorts. 15 minutes. It's hard to tell. I can't tell if short's good. I'm just shorting though. Bot's not shorting anytime soon.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for the market.
Order filled.
Sophisticated investors, beginning investors, I'm always welcome. Closing bell over time. Weekdays till Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Order filled.
Your crickets. That's not mine.
Well, you usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did all the research. Bear has #1 rated product.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, come on.
Order submitted.
I'm still here. Do your research and get
Order
great value
submitted.
at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
I am $30 from passing. Let's go. Yeah. And then I'm 600 away from the tick payout too, so I'm getting a lot of payout this month.
And about millions, obviously Ben Mex's work there, his work on the cloud as opposed to SaaS, very strong today.
I know Gambit's trading.
They did those start
Yo, you need to stop doing that, dude. I know it's you.
I think
I'm gonna
these are
mute you.
I think that Starbucks, you're not gonna be able to get. You're not gonna be able
It's that day guess. He's been doing it last time. He's the one that did the crickets.
86 or 88, and then that shot is 100. You get again McDonald's. The value proposition's back. I think people aren't gonna realize that
Yeah.
they've done a lot of McDonald's is not a statue. They work pretty hard. They do things great. They did recommend.
You still on the long?
My chef Just owns, and I think the world of which is Texas Roadhouse. But you know, you're going against McDonald's and Starbucks.
Yeah. We do have cattle prices at an all-time high.
I know Texas Roadhouse did cite that as being the only thing that could derail their numbers. So the numbers.
Yeah, it won't dump at all.
But as long
Not
as
yet, at least.
11, say 50 price point, that great deal, they're okay.
Very quickly tonight.
Okay, so I've Steiner from Huntington Bank. They made a big acquisition in Texas. This is the beginning of what I.
How much you're up on it?
The banks be able to merge all over the country and not be blocked by whoever used to block everything.
And Kurtz.
And George Kurtz, yeah, let's see what he says. Now, George, you never know. George may just say, the guys downgraded Morgan Stanley. Maybe George didn't care.
Order submitted.
Well, I'm at $50 now on both CPT, so I'm trying to get more.
It's going to be fun to
Yeah,
watch.
just drop. There we go.
Pretty steady tape here as we get set for a lot of information headed our way next few days. Don't go anywhere.
Chris put his dog down, so he won't come on
Agriculture
yours
is the
today.
main life in Sussex County. And I'm very proud.
Chris, yeah.
We were being left behind.
Chris, not fish, Chris.
When I found out that
Yeah.
Comcast was coming, I ran down the road and I said, well,
Yeah.
high-speed internet is one of those good things that we needed
Yeah.
to help us move our farming, our small
Order
businesses,
filled.
our
There we go. My
recreation
short's gone. I'm all flat
and
now.
now future generations will thrive here in Sussex County.
Up the long, shorting every
When
pump.
you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up.
Order submitted.
Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way
Yeah.
to help me keep more of what I earn.
In the age of AI,
Campbell just told me. There, I'll check it out.
products like Charlotte AI is delivering
There's some chat.
security. What's now? Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters.
Yeah,
most.
it was old.
That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
It stands at the forefront of building materials. Ready Alloys becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced branded solutions from foundation to rooftop.
Are you long?
Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got
Oh,
much
dang.
better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins.
I
and
still don't understand why we
probiotic
pumping with the
blend backed by
tariff
gold
shit.
standard clinical
It should be
trials.
like
It's time
getting
for the next
crushed.
generation of AG1.
When logic bends, when certainty's shattered, when left is right and right is left.
Yeah.
Which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up. Order submitted.
332. Okay, so NQ on this one.
Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list.
Order submitted.
Don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel is the competition. Except that it is.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Take profit, went short.
Welcome to
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled. Is it possible for you to make every part in in the United States.
Order
In the
submitted.
US, but if every Ford is $50,000, you know, we're not going to win.
I got 4 Bonucks. I'm gonna YOLO tomorrow for CPI, and then 4 ETF, and then 2 Apex. So I gotta do it quick too, like 10 seconds before the data comes out. I know.
David Faber has the morning off. Stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. Nothing dramatic though. After new tariff threats over the weekend, the S&P down 0.2%, Nasdaq pulls back just a little bit less than that, and the Dow down 50 points. As for treasuries this morning, we got a lot of data coming this week. I'll show you where we are. Mixed picture. There's buying, at least at the front end of the curve, all the way to the 10s, 4.413. The 30-year, a little bit firmer. Long bonds are surging, actually, yields around the world. That's been a story. We're seeing
It's okay. Keep pumping so I can short.
on the 30-year yield, just below that 5%. Today, trouble in China for Tesla, why a newcomer to the electric vehicle market could pose a fresh threat to Musk's empire. And as President Trump warns of 30% tariffs in the EU and Mexico, Ruchir Sharma here to tell us about the potential impact on the global market and the global economy. Carl mentioned it's a big week for the markets. That's because we got a lot of economic data and a lot of important earnings. So,
Man, where you short at? You're always short.
we're trying to figure out whether these tariffs aren't spurring higher consumer prices. That's been the story. So far, they haven't. Let's see what CPI holds for June tomorrow.
Order fill.
Order fill.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Retail sales.
Order fill.
Thursday, and then some housing data as well. And then the big
Order
banks are all going to
submitted.
start.
Is it raining over there, Gambit?
We'll obviously talk to Wells Fargo.
Order fill.
Order fill.
We'll get a
Order
read from
submitted.
the big banks.
Yeah, I had to pick up this kid
Order
today.
submitted.
What they say about the consumer, about the economy,
Yeah,
about the
all
markets,
week until I
and
fly out.
how everybody's been digesting tariffs. So far, it's been sort of a glass half full approach, whereas
Order
economic growth has been
Alright,
higher,
almost
and
100 bucks. Let's
inflation
go. Let's
Order
go.
submitted.
Come
out
on.
of the bottle.
TPT,
Markets
any lunch
responded
money?
very well to that.
CPI
Order submitted.
See if we can even get away
Order
with negative
fill.
PPI, which some argue
Everything's
will
shorting
pave the
now.
way for
Order
a
fill.
credit. And then retail sales, there has been some
Order fill.
scrolling up
Order fill.
B of A last week saying
Order
that spending is
submitted.
negative year on year, but obviously they don't do the lion's
Order
share spending.
submitted.
No, and we got some good reads recently from names like Aritzia. The big story that's percolating, and I wonder if the market is going to start to price in a bigger risk of. It's been so far relatively calm. Is this Powell story? So I think we have to talk about what's been going on because the political pressure on Powell has really started to ramp up over the weekend. Kevin Hassett, just this morning on Squawk Box, okay? This is the chief economic advisor of the president. He is considered a front runner to be the next Fed chair. They're really making a lot of noise about this new $2.5 billion renovation at the Fed. Listen to what Mr. Hassett said this morning.
Yes or no answer. Does the president, in your view, have the authority to fire the Fed chair?
Order fill. Order fill.
You cannot fly the Fed chair.
I think that we've got a real problem of oversight. and
Order
excess spending.
submitted.
To put it in perspective, the
Order
cost of
fill.
is $700 billion. The second biggest renovation of a building
Order
we've ever had
submitted.
in the history
Order
of DC
fill.
was the Federal Reserve Building. I mean, the
Order
FBI
submitted.
building. The FBI building.
Order
the whole
fill.
cost about
Order
the same
submitted.
as this cost overrun at the Fed. And so I think that we definitely need to rethink the way the Fed's acting. We 100% want independent monetary
Ooh,
policy.
$10 more.
but it
Let's
sure
go, baby.
looks like they need more congressional oversight on things like the way they built their buildings.
I just wanted to mention this building thing that's getting a lot of attention, right? Because we heard from the OMB director who wrote a letter about it. And maybe if the president needs cause to fire Powell, he's going to look at this renovation. First of all, just to clear things up, this is not taxpayer funded, right? The Federal Reserve
Order fill.
uses
Order
funding
fill.
that it gets through securities and bank fees and everything else.
Order
Number two,
submitted.
This has been going on for several years.
Order
and in
canceled.
fact, it's the first renovation for the Federal Reserve since the 1930s, which you can now find in a more complete frequently asked questions portion of the Fed website. Clearly, they don't feel they have anything to hide here because there's nothing out of the
Order
ordinary when it
canceled.
comes to
Nice.
this renovation. Order filled. There's nothing really fancy at the Fed. You know, I know the VIP
VIP dining rooms were mentioned by the MB director, the Fed in its questions directly addressed that and said, actually, there's no VIP dining rooms. There's refurbished meeting rooms, which we sometimes use to dine. It's just a little bit uncomfortable, honestly, for what we hold sacred here as investors and folks in business and the markets, which is the Fed needs to remain independent. We know that from history and from other emerging market central banks, they lose control of inflation if they don't. So it's a risk. I'm not sure the markets are pricing or that worried about it. And I'll just, I can confirm, according to a source, that the Federal Reserve and under Jay Powell has asked their special inspector general
$2 shy, come on.
do a more formal review here of all the costs and the spending related to
It
this
is fine.
renovation, just to sort of dot their I's and cross their T's. They feel pretty good.
We'll see if that answers any questions. Hassett's view is that
Orders
$2.5 billion
submitted.
is actually fairly expensive in the history of DC real estate development.
They have the independent power to do that. That's in their charter. Their 3 buildings that include the
Orders
Fed.
submitted.
I don't pretend to know what goes into these renovations, but it feels
Order
like
filled.
the Fed doesn't seem like an institution, and Fed Chair Jay Powell, who we know, doesn't feel like, I don't know, that they're trying to build golden elevators and do anything excessive.
Balls at the White House.
Exactly. So they've done nothing, I don't think. And the real debate here, it shifts attention away from the debate, which is, should they be cutting interest rates? Like that's the
Order
criticism,
filled.
not whether he should be fired because
Order
they spent too much
submitted.
on a building renovation. And the whole context
Order
right now.
filled.
is a
Order
Oh,
little-
damn.
Warshu's also considered someone in contention on Fox this weekend, saying that the Fed needs a regime
Order
change.
filled.
These things do need to break some heads in
Order
Wash's view.
submitted.
He also went after them about the renovation. He's also been critical in the past about monetary policy and the models that they're going after. Look, the president wants lower interest rates. He has not said that he's going to look to fire Fed Chair Powell. So the market's view now is that the Fed Chair sticks through his term, through half a year next year.
Yeah. What's the odds of 19%?
19% on poly market. Watch the dollar. I mean, this is a credibility issue for the US dollar. And look, the dollar came off its worst first half since the 1970s. I don't think that's an accident. I'm not sure that continued political rhetoric and talk of trying to fire the Fed would help stabilize the dollar and instill confidence in the US.
Key thing to watch, although the Dixie's up a little bit today. There's that, and then of course there's tariffs. Let's get more on this.
Order
40%
canceled.
tariff threat from Mexico and the EU with our Megan Casella.
Order
this morning.
submitted.
Hey, you guys, good morning. So 2 new warning shots this weekend from the president, those tariffs that would take effect August 1st against Mexico and the European Union. And with these threats, guys,
Order
it's really
filled.
rounding
Order
out a new
submitted.
set of tariff threats for the
Order
U.S. It's
filled.
our 4 largest trading partners. If you take a look, we
Order
can pull it up
submitted.
here. Those 4 partners, the EU, Mexico, Canada, and China, supply more than 60% of everything the U.S. buys from abroad. And with this latest round of threats, if these hold, all of those imports will be facing
Order
30%
canceled.
tariffs at a minimum starting in August. Again, if these hold. Now, EU officials are responding this morning in Brussels, calling these tariffs unacceptable and unjustified. Take a listen here.
It is still our major vision that we should reach an agreement, but we also want to send a clear signal that it must be a fair deal for everybody, and if that's not possible to reach, then we will leave our
Order submitted.
options, and we know very well that we have a toolbox with a lot of tools.
In the toolbox that he mentioned for the EU include retaliating with tariffs of their own, and the EU says they are readying their next list if they need it early next month. And the other tool, guys, is just deepening trade relationships with other countries. The EU just yesterday struck an agreement with Indonesia, and in that press conference, they spoke about other ongoing negotiations with Mexico, Southeast Asia, China, the Gulf, all of that. And then, guys, finally, the other big question here is, of course, whether these tariffs will hold. The president spoke a little bit about that late last night, and his latest line on whether or not these tariffs will take effect on August 1st was, quote, "Maybe I'll change these deals, but maybe I won't." Guys,
It is interesting, Megan, that the market hasn't thrown any kind of fit or tantrum. Maybe it's just getting used to the headlines or maybe it's a better policy to have it all roll out more gradually than Liberation Day. But it does show how far we've come and how differently the market is reacting to higher tariffs. I wonder what you're hearing, if it's because they don't think it's actually going to go through, or maybe that it's actually working. It's bringing in revenue and it's offering better trade terms from our trading partner.
I think the main thing right now, there is still a lot of fear and uncertainty. And when I hear from manufacturers and businesses, they really just want an end to this, no matter how it ends up. So I don't think there's too much optimism that they like the tariffs. I think they just sort of want an end to all of this. But you're right that we're not seeing too much of a reaction. A little bit more today than we have been seeing. I would say that's because
Order bill.
Order
submitted.
When it was early last week and we were
Order
talking
bill.
about sending
Order can't order bill.
Oh, my short's fitting.
Mexico and Canada, that's where things start to have an impact here. But because they're doing all of this in tandem with extending the deadline to August 1st, everybody is in wait and see mode. But
60 away from
businesses here are
Phidias
everybody
passing.
just wants this to sort of be
Oh, yeah.
finalized, regardless of what the final outcome is.
Megan, thanks for
Phidias,
talking
the static.
Let's talk about what it means for the market,
Yeah.
though. Citigroup, US
Yep.
Scott Cronin's with
Everything's
us.
going good right now.
As we get set for earnings season and kick into higher gear.
Order
Good to see you, Scott.
submitted.
Welcome.
800, 900. I need 3 more hundred on Tradeify to pass. I mean to get a payout.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
In terms of what it means for 2026. As we go in the back half of the year, you
Order
usually look forward to
submitted.
the calendar. And right now, when you're looking at the way the consensus earnings expectations are set up, it's for a pretty decent acceleration next year. I think that's where a lot of the market focus is beginning to shift.
And is it because margins will absorb some of this tariff pain?
Well, we've always viewed the tariff issue as much of a margin issue as an inflation issue. But what I think we've learned since the liberation.
Are you done trading?
I like to use it in sort of California earthquake terminology. You have the initial earthquake.
That's how you say your name, right?
Markets don't like shocks.
Right, right.
It's very unsettling. Time passes, you get the aftershocks.
Is that how you say your name?
You're a bit more comfortable. I think that's where we're going.
Kind
I
of.
think the tariff discussion goes from an index level issue.
Kind of the same
much
thing.
more company specific, industry group, maybe even sector. that mitigates the influence and allows investors to differentiate among.
Oh, I did it. I think this is passing. Woohoo! My first day trader pass. My first eval on there too. May cancel this copy trading so it doesn't copy trade this shit. What? How you cancel copy trading? Cancel. Find a new leader. And copy 2 and 3.
What about the Powell risk? Do you think that the market is underpricing the increasing political pressure? You as unnerved about this as I am?
I'm not as unnerved, Sarah, just because the S&P has shown you that it can live in a 4.5% 10-year yield world. When you look at the action under the surface, that part of the market that still has had a lagging element to it have been those that are more interest rate sensitive. Think the home builders, think consumer
What happens to rates though if they really start to move on this?
Order fill.
Rates begin to move higher or lower. I mean, if
Order
the
fill.
point
Good
begin
pump.
to move on trying to find cause
Order-
to buy
order
the
cancel.
before his term is over. What happens to rates?
I think that's another potential shock effect. Okay, that's going to unsettle investors at first, and you have to wait and see, right? But where I'm kind of going with this is
Oh fuck! I read the wrong one. I played on the account that I passed on day trade and I'm stuck. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid. I didn't mean to. I traded the wrong account.
see is inflation continue to come down. You want to see a little bit of
Please
pressure
go down.
off of the longer along the curve, so you feel a little bit better about
forgot to lock out.
decisions as a corporate. But in aggregate,
Okay, I'm
I
out.
think the
I'm gonna
market's in
lock
pretty
out
good
this
place
shit.
here in
Lock
terms
out
of being able to
all day.
navigate sort of some of the noise.
Oof.
But the
Oh,
reality of the shift obviously would be
too many. Yeah, I was stupid. Man, I was dumb of me. Okay, now I'll play the other account.
Well, I think it's a longer term issue, certainly in that context.
Order
I
filled.
obviously-
Order
I
submitted.
don't think we want the
Order
independent Fed.
filled.
We don't see anything that
Order
disrupts that.
submitted.
But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I think the way we're thinking about it, if we're gonna kind of lead with the fundamental
Order
perspective
filled.
of where
Order submitted.
market views are taking us, this is an issue. To me, it's not necessarily the driving issue right now in terms of what's influencing U.S. equity fundamentals.
Clearly, no.
Do you think the discussion regarding AI and the impact on jobs is getting more clear?
I think it's going to continue to get more clear. I think we're kind of watching the employment data, what's going on here, what's going on. I mean, there's no doubt in, I think, most people's
Yeah,
mind
it'd
that
be 1500, so
AI influence over time is going to be via productivity
26.5. Yeah, that
you're
would
going to be
be
able to measure
passing.
that differently, different parts of the market, right? And so I think we're going to have to be attuned to how
26.5.
that
Yeah, that's
shows up.
passing.
We've been talking a lot about the EBITDA margin trend for the S&P 500 over the past 15 years. It's been up and to the right. The S&P 500 has benefited from an ongoing margin improvement component. I think that's part of the AI narrative longer term.
Yeah, I
but,
should. I
think
just
we're
went for
gonna
an
have to
update.
kind of watch that interplay with some of the economic conditions and the employment metrics. Again, I like to keep focusing on S&P 500, i.e. Wall Street is not the same as Main Street, broader U.S. economy.
That said, though, do you think earnings growth over the next 5 years can beat the long-term average?
I would say right now, if there's an issue that we've got with the market, is that expectations for the next 5-year earnings growth is as high as we've seen. Okay, so there is a lot of burden on beats and
Order
raises.
submitted.
particularly on
Dang, it was
these growth
strong as hell for some reason.
and that's where we get a little bit unnerved that, okay, our view for the second half is that you're setting this thing up for volatility dynamics that come into play.
Oh shit, I was trying to hold wrong account the whole time. Oh, I'm so stupid.
Structurally for the S&P 500.
Yeah, I tried it on my Apex that I got set for payout. Whoops. Oh,
Would that change your view
yeah.
on earnings?
A little bit.
I need coffee, but wow, I almost fucked up.
Order submitted.
I think we're still going to find most corporates don't know how to fully
Order
monitor.
filled.
Yeah, I need to change this to Sim so I don't touch this account. I almost fucked up my payout. Wow.
Recent budgetary policy impacts. All of this interplay is going to mean, in our view, a more moderated view towards the second half, which is good news, bad news. It gives you a little bit room for better news going forward, but it doesn't give you the impetus to rally it as aggressively right now as you'd like to have.
That's going to get
Order
complex.
filled.
Morning,
Order
Scott.
submitted.
Good to see you, Scott Crawford. Take a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour, including more potential threats to Musk's empire as a new Chinese EV player joins the crowded field in Asia.
Plus, the House getting ready to deliberate on a series of crypto bills with Bitcoin hitting a record high, trading above 120K.
Damn,
And
thank
of
you.
course, the big banks kick off earnings season tomorrow. Financials
Order
are trading
submitted.
close to their highest levels of the year, but are all the tailwinds for the groups already
Order
priced
filled.
in?
Order canceled.
I don't think so. Maybe.
So, seems that the gladiators get a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the next type of 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing,
Order filled. Order submitted.
risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investor.com.
That kid's gonna hold on.
Fixed income today. Help secure tested fixed income for 145 years of risk experience. Helps investors meet their goals. Future investments. Shaping tomorrow, today.
Let me tell you about that fish. Too much
Order filled.
is not enough. He'll just waste his life. Set the goal really high. He played another vision, another vision, another vision. That's being ambitious. This is what this is all about. Breaking earnings news. JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America.
Order canceled.
Build, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC.
Today, let's paint with Bear, the most trusted paint brand. Oh, you're already done. We painted earlier. Now we're done painting. Well, you two have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. You did all the research. Bear has #1 rated product.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear. It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today. Let's go. I'm still here. Here's research and get great value at an
That's so
everyday low
funny.
price. Only at the Home Depot.
At Chomps, we create
Order
snacks for
submitted.
people who are hungry to get the
The
most
kid
out of
called and was
life.
crying
Chomps
because
sets
he's
the
It's raining outside, so they might not be able to come
Because real
over.
life demands real order samples that don't taste. With
Oh,
grass-fed
my
and
headset
finished
fell on.
beef,
Hold on.
0 sugar, and up to 12 grams of protein. When life challenges you, take bigger bites. Chomps, take bigger bites. Learn more at chomps.com.
Watching shares of Tesla today, Elon Musk, of course, speaking out on the direction of the company over the weekend, saying he does not support a merger between Tesla and XAI. Also added in a separate post on X that
Hello, can you hear me now?
responding to a user about a potential
Hello.
merger. He said,
Okay,
quote,
there we go.
"It's not up to me. If it wasn't,
I was. The kids called my wife and asking. They were crying because they thought they can't come over today because it's raining.
weekend that SpaceX will invest about $2 billion in XAI.
At noon. My time.
Combining with XAI and that merger.
Holy shit! What was that?
SpaceX and Tesla.
Ouch.
So it's interesting that he's against a merger, but for the investment. Speaking of Musk, Tesla's facing a new threat.
I was in a short. That hurt.
Eunice, you here with the details. Eunice.
Nice. What the hell was that though? We got some news?
It's just slightly less than the Model Y. It also includes a driver assistance technology. This is their most advanced one. They give that one away for free, so that's unlike Tesla. And then both are seen as performance cars. The Xiaomi is seen as one that has a bit of a better range.
We might get 23,000 now. Wow.
There's so many car makers that are putting out so many new models, but this one has been getting a lot of buzz.
Now I need a
People are
drop.
saying this is a company, Xiaomi, that is a household name, and they really like the look. In fact, a lot of people are saying that the design elements remind them of a Ferrari. Now, I had a chance to test drive this car, and there are a lot of fun tech elements. There's a magnetic tissue box, gadgets, which of course is like a vintage thing for Xiaomi, as well as the screen. It's much easier to use. People have been talking about how it's almost exactly like a smartphone. And then, of course, there are
3 minutes Neo will bot now. 15 minutes getting there. So.
Are quite nice as well. You can lie all the way back as a driver in one of their seats. Doesn't have
Yeah, I'm short at 9:45, so long way to go.
when I was driving it, it's the precision really wasn't necessarily there. So that's
Take profit, Tradeify, and my funded futures. Yeah.
The Model Y in that aspect. The Xiaomi though has done well.
Well, I have one Pro on there. Yeah.
To the EV market.
It's okay. It's only one. The other one is up at $66. I'm not touching that.
This is called the SU7, and it sold 155,000 of those cars in the first half of the year.
Why did we pump though?
To a pretty good start. The company claims that it has pre-orders in the
Damn
first 24
Ponzi.
hours of 240,000. Meanwhile, of course, Tesla's Model Y.
Yeah, it's showing with bad news, but what I know.
It's now seen its sales at 263,000. It did put out a new refurbished Model Y. People have been saying that it's better, that it feels more comfortable, it's more luxurious than the.
But it's still long.
It's facing a lot of competition, guys. Why are the Chinese automakers so much better when it comes to producing these high-tech, very cool, and lower-cost EVs? I know they get state support. Is that really what the whole thing is? Well, I mean, that's what a lot of people have said, that there's like plenty of money
It's dropping now.
but it's also that they really know their customer quite well. When you're talking about features, I personally
Die, baby, die.
need a chatbot to be talking to me all the time when I'm in a car, but a lot of people like those types of
Bots
features.
100 points.
Some of the other fun features, like the magnetic tissue box. I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. There's like a lot of different ports that are inside this car, so you could plug in every single camera and every single gadget that you have, and people really like that type of thing. And then, of course, there is the performance aspect of it. It was performing really well, and I think actually, Carl, what I thought was interesting is I think it's more of a competitor to say Neo or XPay or Liado. So if you're an investor in one of those companies, I would say pay attention.
It used to be about the number of cup holders. Now it's about the number of magnetic tissue boxes.
I always need tissues in the car, so I get it.
Eunice, thanks. Eunice Yoon in Beijing. Let's dig a little further into the Chinese EV launch with our next guest. Joining us here at Post 9 this morning, RBC Capital Markets autos analyst Tom Narayan. Tom, welcome. Good to see you. What do you make of the Chinese ability to, are they selling more EVs than we sell cars overall at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as much as we all love the tissue holders, I think what's really driving the story in China is EVs, EVs, EVs. They're going to be 80% penetrated by 2030. They're already 25% today. I think
There we go.
when you're looking at the
And I'm out.
isn't to Tesla, it's to, as your co-host pointed out.
Oh, on some, yeah. I'm trying to pass this expert account. I'm close to passing.
Because they're selling too many ICEs there. That's really what it is.
What's high at 88? I'll short at 85.
They're able to sell these cars so cheap batteries. So they own the battery ecosystem. They're vertically integrated. They're already using LFP chemistry. The European OEMs they're still using nickel-based chemistries. They're paying tariffs, right? The Chinese have tariffs on them.
Paying for rare earth licensing.
Exactly. So the Chinese have an advantage. And look, they are operating at losses. And they get subsidies from the government. Now, how long
We
is
have
that
the most
going to
advanced chips. Shouldn't we be able to do the most high-tech production?
Yeah, when you say we, you mean the Europeans or the US? But we're not really competing in China. I mean, we don't sell as many EVs. Maybe in the future we will. But right now, it's more than just chips, right? I mean, the tech, it's things like this that your coach is talking about. It's autonomy features that the Chinese consumer wants. The American consumer, we haven't really embraced autonomy as much, right? We want to drive the car ourselves. The Chinese consumer, maybe not as much. So it's really tailoring the car to what the Chinese consumer wants, and that will happen gradually over time.
Right. Why? I mean, I guess, why is the administration, if this is such a growth market, taking such a harsh stance on mandates and incentives and credits?
Oh yeah. There we go, baby. Needed that. Yep. Give me my money, ho. Give me my money, ho. Did I pass my 30s? I am $50 shy, you piece of shit.
Geopolitically, net importers of fossil fuels. So this will drive net exporters. We also drive very differently, So EVs probably is going to take a lot longer for it to catch on here.
How critical is it for the Tesla competitive story?
I actually don't think it's as big of a deal. Tesla's doing pretty well.
I'm gonna keep dropping, baby.
Right? Huge rising tide that's going to lift a lot of EV boats.
Order
they were down
canceled.
13%
Order
in
submitted.
the second quarter, Tesla in China.
Order filled.
They were down in the US. I think it has more
Order filled.
Oh damn.
Model Y kind of
Order filled.
Everything gone. Alright, I'm all flat now.
For instance, Saudi Arabia. There was this big push. Tesla finally came into Saudi. Musk was with Trump. At the meeting,
I'm good, buddy. I'm good.
These Chinese EVs were already all over
I'm
the
gonna
roads
try to
there. Now
reshort
they're
again. Just can't stop reshorting.
Yeah.
I'll move it up to 975 if we hit again.
Order submitted.
I think that's
This is
where the
fun.
action is. I know a lot of the attention we have in the US is on Tesla, but really the Chinese competitive threat
Order
needs to be
submitted.
looked at as to the Germans, right? And the Europeans, how they're going to fend off the threat. They're selling too many ICEs, but that'll change over time. That battery advantage I talked about before, that dissipates over time because it's only so low you can go in battery costs. The Europeans will adjust. They'll build batteries in Europe. And by the way, so will the Americans.
Finally, we were spitballing with Kramer this morning about
How you doing, Gambit?
would Musk one day spin out autos to take advantage of the Optimus growth story or something like that. Does that seem reasonable over the next
No,
few
he's not
years?
here.
No?
Could be, sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that really
You're
ultimately
good?
matters,
Alright.
right? Investors I talk to are looking at robotaxis.
Okay,
right?
my
That's what
11
drives
trading
$4
days. I
trillion
should be
market
good.
cap on autos, right? The whole auto industry making cars is about a
Bobcat
$2.7
Daddy.
billion business. So do you need to spin it out to really
Making money, huh?
I don't know if it's ultimately necessary. The Tesla investor, I think, gets
Yeah,
it.
let's get that to
And
payout,
you
baby.
either believe
You got
in
this.
autonomy play or you don't. If you don't believe in autonomy, as CEO said, and he said, stop. Then you're not going to get to $1 trillion market cap by selling cars.
Do you like the idea of Tesla investing in XAI?
I don't know if it ultimately makes a difference. I think ultimately you have to have a top-down view on autonomy,
I'll be back.
taxis, multi-trillion-dollar industry. What market share do you think Tesla gets of that industry? That's how people are looking at this, right? Maybe Amazon 10, 15, 20 years ago. You know, if you were to ask some questions happening 10, 15 years ago, what they're going to do that month or that year, I don't know if that ultimately matters.
You have a buy rating in a $319 price bracket, where that's kind of a hold rating.
What did you trade today?
I mean, I look at it more in terms of the tectonic view of where this company is going. You could easily make a case my upside is much bigger than that, right? I think it's also we have ratings of outperforming, underperforming, right? So I think it outperforms the rest of this industry. There's a lot going on, as you guys know, in this industry, especially with tariffs, etc. So I think I look at it from that lens. I do think it outperforms.
Awesome.
Tom, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming in. Tom, great to see you.
Checking in here on stocks, about an hour here into trading. S&P 500 is down 0.2. You know, not taking the new tariff threats too hard. Right now, there's some sectors positive. Financials that had a big earnings from the banks. They're up today, along with real estate, utilities, communication services, and industrials. Biggest loser on the S&P in terms of sectors is energy right now. Rockefeller's Ruchir Sharma joins us with his take on how global markets will be impacted by those new tariff developments. Plus, Autodesk and Fastenal, top performers on the S&P 500 today. What's boosting those shares? Right after a quick break.
Uncle is starting. He never eats breakfast.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
All right, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
You guys agree?
This July, Renewal by Anderson. Replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door.
Oh, I'm waiting for some more Bonox freebies, but they haven't replied back yet.
Thing. And I mean zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a
You still trading?
I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And you know, over 60% of all our customers choose to finance. It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window.
Are you still holding after 50 points? Wow.
It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your
I think I do some Phidias giveaway today too. I have a lot of them.
Multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800
that's the TV.
0808.
Oh. It's you.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC. Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
ISIS.
Okay, we're about 30 minutes here into the hour. Here are 3 big movers we're watching right now. CEO of Kenvue stepping down following pressure from activist investors for the J&J spinoff. Shares have underperformed since the maker of Tylenol became an independently traded company back in 2023. Autodesk, a top gainer, after
Yeah,
detailing growth
just
plans in a
idiots,
new
man.
filing, say they'll focus on the cloud and AI and direct resources toward, quote, targeted tuck-in acquisition.
Hey,
That's
what
the
up,
deal in
buddy?
a report that they're weighing an acquisition of rival software firm PTC. And then Q2 earnings season kicking off with a read on industrial demand Fastenal, with the top and bottom line beat as they say consumer contracts are up, but overall market conditions remain, quote,
I'm mostly done, but I'm waiting for the pump.
5% and helping all the
I can't be done yet. I gotta keep trading.
Let's get into CNBC News update.
Yeah.
With contestant Brewer. Hey, contestant.
Hey there, Carl. We're watching closely for a shift in the U.S. strategy on the Ukraine war.
So how many payouts are you set for on Apex? 2 accounts?
He also said yesterday he'll send Patriot air defense missiles to Ukraine. Those missiles are one of the most
Wait, all 4
advanced air
accounts?
defense systems in
Nice.
the U.S. arsenal. U.S. envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, is also in Kyiv this week.
You are milking it.
9 people died in a fire that tore through an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts last night. Fire officials say today more than 30 people were also taken to hospitals, and one of them is in critical condition. Crews contained that damage to one wing of the building. And the cost
ETF.
of a rubber stamp has
That's what
risen
it is.
again. The price of a first-class stamp officially went from 73 to 78 cents
I
yesterday.
don't think we
Postal
got
Service
it.
requested the increase in April. They said the hike was needed so that the service can achieve financial stability.
Yeah, the
There
ETF, the
are also
$26
price
one.
increases on other shipping services, including postcards. But you know, the volume of first-class mail and marketing mail has dropped 50% from its peak in 2006 until last year. So they're predicting another 30% decline. It's
You're not saving it for CPI YOLO? There's no point in trading that. Because 6,000 is a lot to make, just YOLO.
Thanks, contestant. Longtime market vet, Rockefeller International Chair Ruchir Sharma with his take on these rising trade tensions, what it means for stocks, and the research markets are calling a clear winner in the Middle East. Later on, more record highs for Bitcoin this week as we get above 123K briefly. Can that rally continue? Let's walk on the streets back in a moment.
Yeah, just wait for a pump and just reach short.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow.
I want to keep shorting. Let me see. Should I short? Yeah, I'm going to short again. Which one should I short? 44.
Order submitted.
I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
At 10 Eastern. So about 20 minutes.
Literally only took me like
So
2 minutes.
Gambit?
Yeah, get some sort of policy if it works, so no rush. Sure,
Me?
but it's not enough to cover a bill.
Oh fuck! I didn't know my mic was muted the whole time. No, the giveaway starts in about 20 minutes. My bad. Yeah.
Order filled.
My funded features.
Order submitted.
It has trade of 8. It's really good. It's easy payout. I was like, no wonder Crackhead didn't answer me. I didn't know I was muted the whole time. Was that all 4 the flips on Apex for the payout? The one you flipped earlier on Apex is all 4 of them for payout? Nice.
Christina Lab posted
What?
at McDonald's thinking about how I never had a snack.
Also, you still trade him when it's pending? So I try not to touch him. But you want, because you wanted a day. Gotcha.
Order filled. No sweeteners, no calories.
Good shit. You're killing it. Hell yeah.
Order submitted. Includes the Southern charm of Georgia peach and the crisp leaf of cranberry clementine. It's water, but fun. Fruity yet effortless. Endlessly effervescent.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't be denied. For sure, I won't be denied. I didn't hit any in there. That 30% crap.
Order submitted.
seltzer near you.
Order candle.
In this family,
Order submitted.
No. I'll do a Phidias giveaway after my funny teachers. Yeah.
Welcome back. The international trade war escalating. President Trump announcing 30% tariffs on the EU
Order
and Mexico
bill.
starting August
I
1st.
keep
Rashir
shorting.
Sharma, Rockefeller International Chairman and Breakout Capital founder and CIO, joins us now.
Order submitted.
What's interesting today is Rashir, the market is
Order bill.
a little less worried
What up,
about
Wizard?
the higher tariff announcement. Mexico's down a little bit. The
I
peso
actually have a
actually
good
stronger,
lunch
and
money
the
for
S&P
TPT now.
is down less than 0.2%. What do you think is happening when it comes to the reactions?
Well, I think a couple of things are happening. As far as the US is concerned,
That's so racist.
I think what's going on is that some of the
Order
exporters, this
submitted.
time, particularly the Chinese, appear to be absorbing
How
a
you
lot
know?
more of the cost
It might be
than they did, let's
a
say,
Mexican
outside of
American who doesn't speak
2019
Spanish.
when they faced higher tariffs. The second thing which is happening in the
Yo,
US
Wizard,
is obviously the
speak up.
Order bill.
the animal
Order
spirit coming
submitted.
from that is offsetting any
His mic
impact
is
coming
off.
from the tariffs, and that we can see even the sector breakdown of what's
Order
outperforming
bill.
in the US market. And the Virginia
I need to focus on Tradify. I'm just 300 away.
fiscal bill which was just passed that has some tax cuts in
Order
there.
bill. Order
It gives
submitted.
them the better ability to absorb
I
some
know,
of the
but
tariff hits.
when I hit like
So I
100
think
away, that's when I start blowing.
the eventual tariff
Good.
rate is expected to be lower than what the headlines are, but I think the tariffs are still up more than 10 percentage points.
Yeah, you want one
from where they were
spicy?
at the beginning of the year. So that is a pretty big increase. The other offsets, I think, is what's helping both the economy and the markets remain relatively resilient.
It also could be that we have a few weeks until August 1st. And just on the tape now, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, says we hope to reach an agreement between now and August 1st. Have a plan if we do not. So I guess the market is just getting more accustomed to these kind of headlines and what the fallout might be.
Yes, that's correct. But as I said, that still doesn't take away from the fact that even after these deals are done, the tariff rates are still likely to be at least 10 percentage points higher.
Yeah, tomorrow.
At the beginning of the year, most economists told us that if you
I'll DM you the
end up
code.
with tariff rates which are 10 percentage points higher, the hit to GDP growth would be about 1%. That's not happening. I think that's the bigger mystery. And that's
What's up? Sorry, I can't hear you.
in terms of this combination of AI, the
Order bill.
Yeah, I'm YOLOing Bonox, ETF, and then Apex.
Order submitted.
20 to 30% of the
So everything I got, I'm gonna just YOLO before I leave for the trip.
which is what has kept the market be pretty resilient.
Thursday.
That said, there is the
Yeah.
added wrinkle, though, of what some of those productivity improvements mean for employment. Rashir, do you expect to see that in the second half?
I just gave out one more video, so I don't have much left.
Hit to employment and stuff from AI already. I think
Well, we won that from Twitter.
the rest of the world is quietly making trade arrangements,
Tagging me,
doing other
yeah.
things, cutting the US
Now we got like the best community, so we got all those freebies.
and something that the
Order bill. Order submitted.
President Trump has been pretty vocal
Mhm.
against the BRICS. So that's going on. So I think there's some long-term effects that could happen, just that the market doesn't look out that far forward. So for now, it's seeing earnings, it's seeing economic growth,
Man, you two don't want to die, huh?
remaining relatively benign, and it's saying
Order
what's
bill.
worry and keeps grinding
Nope.
on it.
So
Not
what
yet.
do you do on the US versus the world
I'm
trade?
working
The
this
dollar
payout
versus the
for
dollar's had a really
Tick
rough
too.
start to the year, and the S&P 500 has done well, but other markets have outperformed. What's
No, I got that one on the new one, but my old one that I have for 2 months, I'm at 104,600, so I need like 500 more for a payout.
Tends to last for at least 5 to 6 years. And the performance of
Yeah, 100K. I haven't been touching it much, but I'm gonna start working on it now.
So as long as
I can't buy any more eval. I gotta work on my freaking funding now.
expect international to do much better than the US. And this is a long catch-up which has to be done because we've had a 15-year unprecedented spell of US outperformance versus the rest of the world. And the other effect, which is much more fundamental, is that the rest of the world is taking actions to try and boost economic growth, whether it's Europe or it's some of these emerging markets where they're cutting interest rates because of the weaker dollar. So So there is a growth lift coming. So the US growth is not looking that exceptional versus the rest of the world. And I think the earnings also will look less exceptional. So that trade, I think, continues. It just is that the US is getting a longer leash in terms of how long it's being able to sustain the bull market in the face of these record fiscal deficits and other concerns on the tariffs, just because of the AI boost which is happening here, and that's what's lifting this US market. But the trade of the rest of the world outperforming the US, I think that's a multi-year trade.
Speaking of exceptional, since October 7th, 2023, that dark day, best performing major stock market is Israel, which you write about in your new FT column. And I'm curious what you found, why, and whether it continues. I mean, speaking of resilience of a nation, it's been pretty stunning to watch the market rebound.
Exactly, and I think the message of the market has been pretty unequivocal, which is that this is what struck me both in October of 2023 and much more recently, that when the 20-day war happened with Iran, the Israeli market shrugged it off and kept rising. So that was the market's message, that despite all the worst geopolitical fears, that Israel was going to prevail both militarily and economically. And that's what seems to have happened. The Israeli economy, I think that's what I do in the op-ed, have a longer look at it. That it's, there are about 200 countries in the world tracked by the IMF. Only 40 are classified as developed countries. The transition from being a developing to a developed country, Israel is one of them. And the key there, and this was even evident in the conflict, is its incredible prowess on the tech front. Israel spends more than 6% of their GDP on R&D. There's no other economy which does that. That's twice the global average, much higher than the US or even Korea, Taiwan, the tech-oriented economy. Tech prowess was also very evident in the battlefield. Israel was able to use the interceptors and the Iron Dome. And I think that's the piece that I laid in my op-ed this morning in the FT, which is that Israel's tech prowess is something which has been decades in the making. Evident in the conflict. Not enough people have focused on just how well the Israeli economy and the Israeli market have been doing. And that signal is something that we should not ignore. And in the Middle East, I think Israel has emerged, or at least that's what investors think, as the dominant economic force.
Yeah, I mean, there's several geopolitical implications of that as
Oh
well.
yeah, there we go. There we go.
We'll leave it there. Thank you for spotlighting it, Ruchir.
Yeah, it was short. I need 4 more to pass a couple more of the day traders account.
Some new record highs for Bitcoin today. We'll talk about what's
I got 2 more I'm working on.
There is more room to run coming up next. It is officially the start of another earnings season. We're going to break down the setup for the big banks as names like Citi and JPM kick things off tomorrow. So stay with us.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing, and I mean 0 zilch for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will
Now I'm still in short on 2 accounts. That's about it.
It's true.
My Tradeify and then my TPT eval. It's on 950, so I should be good. No worries. 15 minutes gonna hit overbought soon, so maybe lunchtime is gonna drop. I know, time's going by fast. Are you done trading?
Future of cybersecurity. What's now and what's next? Built on the intelligence of
Oh,
every
DTF.
stock, refined by human
DTF.
expertise.
Oh,
AI
oh.
gets smarter,
You mean
your business stays safer.
you mean
So you can
ETF?
build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect
Oh,
what
that's a
matters most.
DTF.
That's why the business
Okay.
that you trust
Order
is
submitted.
CrowdStrike. Stop breaching.
Yeah, I'm just gonna YOLO tomorrow. There's no reason to trade it. It's too hard.
The substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. We're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner.
Tax cuts help grow the economy. Extra borrowing harms the economy. In the short term, we'll see a boost in growth. Unfortunately, that will not be sustained.
Another record high for Bitcoin. The crypto now up more than 40% over the last 3 months. Mackenzie Sagalos has been tracking that action and joins us with more.
Hey, more Carl. Bitcoin surging past $123,000 for the first time ever, placing us firmly in price discovery mode. And this isn't just a retail-driven rally. It's being powered by a rare mix of forces driving sustained institutional demand. Spot Bitcoin ETFs are seeing massive inflows again. $2.7 billion just last week, with nearly half of that in a single day, which was the second biggest session on record. BlackRock's IBIT fund now tops $80 billion in assets, making it one of the fastest growing ETFs in US history.
Yeah, I got more shorts too.
Short squeeze. Traders who bet against Bitcoin near the prior highs are being forced to buy back.
I don't know. Tariffs?
Options having just expired. That cleared out.
And I'm out. I need 3 more hundred. Let's go.
Washington as well. The House is
Order
taking
bill.
key bills this week, including one on stablecoin oversight and another tied to a block to a Fed-issued digital dollar. Now, Republicans are calling this crypto
Order
as they
submitted.
push to make the U.S. more hospitable to digital assets. You put it all together, near record ETF inflows, short sellers getting squeezed.
No, why should he resign? Just Trump crying about it. Jerome Powell's good. Doing a good job.
Enthusiasm is high. Thank you, Mackenzie. And speaking of crypto,
Why? Why need lower rates? Inflation's still high. Yes, it is.
500% since its June 5th IPO. Wasn't that long ago. He's going to join us here.
No, he doesn't care for Trump.
Order bill.
No, when you lower rates, people are gonna borrow more, and then more stuff's gonna cost more. If people keep spending and be in debt more, because Americans are idiots.
Order submitted.
Jay Powell's doing a good job.
Order bill.
Benefits. Work with principal so we can help you help fund the retirement benefits plan that's right for him.
I'm confident, you know.
Let our expertise round out yours.
Come on, April, you gotta drop now.
Power E-Trade makes complex trading easier. React to fast-moving markets with dynamic charting and a futures ladder that lets you place, flatten, or reverse orders so you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Is it high day? Oh man, it's almost high day. I am 4,700. I need 1 more 100.
Order submitted. Order bill.
Investors stay ahead of the market. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern.
Order submitted. Order bill.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just scalping it.
With more adventure, more grit, and confidence. The
I
Mazda
need to switch to NQ.
assembled
This is
in
taking
America,
too
and the
long.
Mazda CX-5. Discover the Mazda summer sales event. Inventory remains
There we go.
It's exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Like Neo overbought on a 3 minute, so
Order submitted. We know your days are packed. That's why at Sprouts Farmers
Order
Market,
filled.
the
Order
interaction
submitted.
feels simple. A sense of ease
Order
in making
submitted.
healthy and
Order
delicious
filled.
choices
Order
even on the
submitted.
longest days. Because Sprouts gathers the freshest produce and prepares the tastiest ready-to-eat meals, making nutritious and
Order
delicious
filled.
Order filled. Discover that Sprouts feeling, no matter how you shop, in-store, pickup,
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
Better for you choices, be the feeling. Shop online at sprouts.com.
A big rally across the big banks over the last 3 months, and it's raising the stakes for the group as it gets
Order
ready to kick
filled.
off earnings season. Our Leslie Picker is here.
yeah, that's not
Both
good
sides
for
of the
me.
valuation
Order
debate
canceled.
here. Yeah, Sarah, feels like an inflection point. Those big 6 U.S. banks are up
Order
33%
submitted.
on average over that time frame over the last 3 months. And as they're set to report second quarter earnings over the next 2 days, the street is asking whether valuations are getting a bit stretched or whether the new numbers and commentary
Yeah.
will catalyze
I think it might hit and then drop later.
this cohort is trading at a 27% premium to their 10-year average when compared with the next 12 months projected earnings. And with the tariff, inflation, lower income consumer health questions, and rate uncertainty, there are still macro risks circling. But on the flip side, we've seen a dramatic shift on the regulatory front, with
Drop it, baby.
reforms expected to loosen capital requirements, and banks are expected
Order. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
M&A or additional loan growth if there's loan demand there. Additionally, global M&A volume is higher by 25% in the first half of the year.
I love
driven
shorting
by larger deals, while IPO
for now.
volume is up 14%. Equity trading is also expected to have another banner quarter. And analysts are expecting net interest income to help bolster the bottom line this quarter thanks to loan growth. Now, the key question is how much of these tailwinds are
Oh
already
shit,
priced
let
in,
me
guys.
start it. It's 3 minutes away. Why are you rushing me? You think you're gonna win? Alright, let me start it. Let me get out of this pro real quick. It's my money. Wait, let me start it. Where is it? My funded futures, 30 minutes. Here we go. Good luck.
ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people. Like secret agents? No, more like autonomous minions that you control. Do what? Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
Well, my agent. Order filled. Order submitted.
And on the ServiceNow
Yeah,
platform,
that's
those
right back
agents
up.
work together so everything looks better. And I have agents? Maybe.
No, it's on it's on the stream. No, YouTube.
Order filled.
Sarah Benvino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
Peter Tan, I'm your man to do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Is it how you're hoping to retire?
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals.
I think we might
Have
be
someone on your
topping
side,
out
you
soon.
on track.
Let's
Fisher's
see, not
Comfortable
yet.
Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a
I'm
success,
almost short
including
at
the Investor's Guide to a
23,000.
Comfortable Retirement.
Order
13
submitted.
retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Order submitted.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for
What?
retirement you
What do you
want.
mean, what? Oh.
And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Yeah, that's
Call
good.
now for your comfortable retirement. Call with 759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is 1 million or more, call
Order filled.
1-800-759-4477.
Later.
Order canceled.
Actually gave me an idea to combine all my favorite sports.
Order submitted.
Cushioning has 3 Skechers slip-ins. The greatest colors.
What? The giveaway's already on. Do you type? Are you on YouTube? Did you type your thing in? You get your. Oh, you did. I saw you. I saw your ticket. Come on, I'll dump this Ponzi. Thank you.
Stock Exchange.
else. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Oh shit, I didn't have 2 NQs short on the eval. I have 2 NQs short on the 150k eval.
Order submitted.
So they need a drop.
Those AI talent wars, as you know, no signs of abating. Google shelling out $2.5 billion at the expense of OpenAI. We'll get that story when Money Movers continues.
I remember being so lightheaded I could barely stand. Good thing my crew nudged me to get checked. Turns out I have AFib, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
My heart would race just taking my son to practice.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing.
There we go. Let's drop it, baby. Drop this shit. Let's go.
The risk of stroke remains. If you notice one or more of these symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
This is no time to wait.
We see active ETFs differently. We collaborated, designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our active ETFs apart, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure.
Oh, so close to going down.
Actively different.
I have one at 92.
Trading is wrong. Is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim. Your worldly trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with
Oh, come on.
user insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I get my ideas from Mad Money.
Are you stuck in the short? Yeah. No, I'm fine. Just I only got 1 pro that's stuck, but no biggie. No. 87. Yeah, I'm still green. I was green by 60. Now I'm only 11. I'm just being greedy. I was over like $100. Too early to stop right now.
Do I need to freeze your guacamole? No, it's fine. Let's talk with it. Let's do this.
Yeah. Because I have a short week, so I gotta get on my crack in. This sucker's gonna drop, dude. It's close. Well, 3 minutes is already up there, but 15 minutes already is close to the overbought now. Gotta give it time. Now we got 13 minutes for the giveaway.
poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling. This is Russia's position. If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to die,
I'm about to pick now. The winner is Trader 007. Let me see if you won anything yet. No, you did not win anything yet. So good job. Congrats, buddy. Let me check your points.
My father was killed by the
Make sure you have enough points. Yeah, you got 200 points. You won. I'll get your email on Discord.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel,
Let me run the Phidias giveaway real quick before I do the other one. I'll make it shorter so it don't take too long. 10 minutes on it. Okay, that's your Phidias.
food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm going to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors of the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Gotta add your name on the list so you can't win anymore, Trader. Trader 007. There we go.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave up. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. Are you serious about investing? Right.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, on measurable. I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Welcome to Squawkbox. Check out our can't miss interview.
Is it possible for you to make every part in the United States? We can move everything in the U.S., but if every Ford is $50,000, you know we're not going to win as a company. Where are you on Tesla?
Humanoid robots. Elon has been talking about that market being bigger, ultimately, than the robotaxi market.
They're telling Facebook you can't put the word out of it.
Squawkbox, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
How about
Man,
this
just want to get out of this shore to be
I like
done.
Or is this a little more your style?
Yeah, I shouldn't be greedy. I made enough today.
It's easy when
Oh, something got out. Alright, so my tick got out, so I just need a couple more to get out. I'm not touching that anymore. Unless we pump again. Let's go.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the
Hey,
market
Melody.
ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million,
You got 2 minutes until the giveaway, guys.
call
2 minutes.
1-800-213-5317. What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning around the most personal data point possible, your lifespan. Because Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating.
You went long,
in
didn't you?
space.
I want to average down. Let it pump to 25 and I'll average down.
Take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While
Hey,
legacy
how much you up now
focuses
for
on
today?
models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality. Your reality.
Nice.
This isn't finance as
Good
usual.
money.
This is control in the hands of those
Good
who
money.
dare to lead. This is a new investing built on the truth of your life. It's global.
Yeah, I need to drop more for you to go long.
This is cancer. Relentless, unforgiving, taking.
That's pretty smart, TD.
But there's hope because research leads to breakthroughs. Breakthroughs that can help end cancer as we know it. That's why we need your support now more than ever. Every dollar you donate fuels
Oh, you have it?
brings us closer to
The big one or the small one?
cancer.
What how many pro do you have? You have 2 or 3?
Go online or scan the code to donate today.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Biggest thing is I seek validation from other people.
No, I don't YOLO it in.
Friends are, you know,
Take it
close
slowly, then you get 3 daily payouts. So every day you can get paid like $300 every day or more. Yeah, well, get used to it. You're still doing good though. You ain't spinning, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's really good. Let me pick the winner. Never mind. 27 seconds. Sorry.
That post on my story, you rewatching my story, like,
I gotta change his graphics. There we go.
KBW, a Steeple company, knows the sector inside out. Bar's a little bit higher after the stock performance, Tom. What do you expect?
I'm about to pick now. The winner is. I don't know if you want it or not. Let me see. You should have the hours for sure. Yeah, you got the hours in.
We think the credit costs are going to continue to be really well behaved. And we think that the first quarter ended with softness in loan growth. It was.
Do you want it? Because it doesn't have free activation. I know you don't like those with no activation.
It's finishing the second quarter stronger. So we think a lot of
We'll see if he replies back or not. If he doesn't want it, I'll pick someone else. I know he's really picky.
Where Huntington Bank, in addition to a merger, pre-announced their quarter. We were looking for net interest income growth of a little over 1% linked quarter. It was 3%. So they beat on revenues this morning. We think we're
Alright, Ivy, I'm gonna pick somebody else. Yo, you're not here. Okay, I'll pick somebody else. I'll pick two more since nobody wants it. Let me see. You have enough points. Yeah, you won. You won it, right?
Begins and ends with you. Personal the solution, the more powerful the
Alright,
result.
give me your Twitter so I can DM you the code.
Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corey.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy direct to the
I don't see your chat for the Twitter handle.
alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus
I'll pick another winner.
now advancing phase 2.
MFU, I just did the giveaway earlier. TPT, I'll do again. I'll do some more next, maybe this week. But I'm doing TTT tomorrow. I got your Twitter now.
First order at livehuman.com. Hi, my name is Damian Clark. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area.
Yeah, I sent you a DM on Twitter. Can you reply back? Make sure it's you. And let me pick someone else now. Hey, Samsung. Oh no, you didn't win yet. Okay.
So call the number on your screen now.
All right, I got you. Let me send you the code. 1 second.
Dual eligible special needs plan. Humana. A more human way to healthcare. When I started Bugatti goggle glasses, I had no idea. But GoDaddy Hero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content, so I can let the world know. See, goggles ain't goggles.
Samsung. Okay, a couple more minutes, okay?
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand.
I think he's AFK.
With Schwab.
JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, where
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Okay, I'm gonna cut the stream and take a dump. Bye, guys.